And welcome back, guys. We're going to go ahead and give a shout out to somethingartistic.net. Offered gaming-inspired decals and stickers made to decorate your consoles, walls, computers, and more. $2 from every decal sold this week is being donated directly to Doctors Without Borders. Some of the designs were done just for SGDQ and are available for this week only. Games Done Quick and SGDQ 2016 logo decals are being offered where the full decal purchase price is being donated to MSF. Once again, find us at somethingartistic.net or decal.ly. We're still trying to get that incentive for the Glitch exhibition. We're at $32,000 and we need 40. Donate now for that incentive if you want it to happen, guys. Now we're going to go ahead and send this off to our interview with Fiesel and Sent.
Hi. Well, I hope you enjoyed that refreshing speedrun. And coming up next, we've got Ocarina of Time Glitch List. But here to tell us about some of the prizes that you can win if you donate during Ocarina of Time is our prize guy, Sent.
Hey,
Надо
Fiesel,
отойти.
it's
Сейчас,
great to
подождите.
be here. That was an interesting run. Are you thirsty now?
Yeah, something about that run made me thirsty.
Same here. I'm not sure why.
I'm not sure what I want to drink either to quench that thirst.
Yeah, no, maybe water.
Yeah, probably water's the best thing.
Anyway, so yeah, we have a couple of really cool prizes here for Ocarina of Time Glitchless. First off, from our friend Maze Guy, we have a copy of Ocarina of Time as well as the official Nintendo Power Strategy Guide for the
That's
game.
right. In case you get lost in the game, there you go.
Yeah, just in case you can't, use all these crazy speedrun strats you're gonna see. Don't worry, these guys got your back. Maybe if you prefer to play the game on a bit of a newer console, we do also have a copy of Ocarina of Time 3D for 3DS.
Very nice.
Great 3D remake of the game. From our good friend of the stream and runner, Cosmic the Dolphin, who unfortunately
И
couldn't
для
be
моего
here this year,
прекрасного
we
друга
have
и
a
раннера
CD
Cosmic
of
Dolphin.
The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time soundtrack.
И
As well as
он
a book of
захватил или
sheet music from the
передает
entire Legend of Zelda series. So,
Oh, wow, that's really nice.
yeah, you can listen to
целый
some of your
артбук
favorite
по
songs
Зельде.
and then maybe even learn how to play them on piano or any stringed instrument. And finally, from our friends over at the Legends of Localization team and for
Но
Fangamer, we
от
have
наших друзей
Legends of
локализаторов,
Localization Book 1, The Legend of Zelda.
локализаторов Зельды.
Legends of Localization
Легенда о
is, it's a book,
локализации
it's great.
Зельды.
I got to read it on the plane over,
Супер книжка
actually.
какая-то.
It talks about
Для
pretty much
true
everything in the
зельдоманов.
original Zelda game and how it was translated, and it really goes
То,
into
как
depth,
она была переведена.
technically,
Бла-бла-бла, в
like,
целом, вот
well,
как-то так.
Famicom had a bit of a better sound chip. How did that affect the intro? How do American fans and Japanese fans kind of react to these songs in different ways? It talks about just about every single text box in the game and how it was translated and the struggle of translating. As someone who does enjoy some longer games that may or may not have been translated by their parent companies, often I think, well, why can't they just put it into English? As it turns out, there's a lot that goes into making a game where even a game with as little text as The Legend of Zelda. So super interesting.
Yeah,
so happy to have
a lot of
these.
information in that book. I was looking through that. It's pretty dense.
Yeah, definitely. So happy to have these. And after Legend of Zelda, we are going to be seeing a Pikmin speedrun. Pikmin probably not the first
И
game.
перед Зельдой нам обещают спидран Пикмана.
Definitely
pretty solid.
Yeah, definitely an interesting run for sure. And
absolutely.
I'm holding this upside down. I don't know how to shirt.
Я не знаю, как носить
We have
футболки, он
this
говорит.
lovely Pikmin t-shirt,
Это-
also from Fangamer, choice of size available there. So if you're not a
футболка
large
про
man like
Пикмена.
me, don't worry, they've got you covered.
Сейчас предположительно будет
Right,
Пикмен.
well, it's a really nice looking
Сейчас
shirt.
проверим.
And all these prizes, you can get information about them, what the minimum donation amount is for them. Do you happen to know what the ones up here, or do they all have the same?
There's a
Same
lot of
minimum
them right
donation.
now. I'm not sure, but if you head over to gamesdonequick.com, you can check out the tracker, and it'll have all that information for you, as well as upcoming runs, donation incentives, and bonus games you can put your donations towards.
All right, so go check that out, gamesdonequick.com, and donate at any point during Ocarina of Time Glitchless, and you could win one of those prizes. And with that, we're going to send you over, so enjoy Ocarina of Time.
Welcome back, guys. I'm gonna read just a couple few donations before I hand myself off over.
А может быть и сразу Телос будет. Сейчас посмотрим. Не очень понятно.
$50 donation from Nobody64 saying, Boix, you're absolutely killing it.
Пока не устанавливайте игру, пока
$64
непонятно.
donation from Darkhall says, gotta get a great glitch show for Zelda.
И нам обещают глич-шоу по
So
Зельде.
it's a $10
Возможно.
from Weasels. If I had only known this earlier in my life, that Pepsi is the solution to every problem ever. We also got a $25 donation from Big Man. After almost 18 years, I finally finished Ocarina of Time this summer. Here's $25 to the Ocarina Glitch exhibition. In the words of our young hero, yeah!
Озвучка донатов. Просто великолепная озвучка донатов.
And once again, guys, if you want that
Музыка
exhibition to
из
happen, we're
огненного
very close.
темпла.
We're at $37,877. We need $40,000. We are there, guys. Make
Можно
it happen.
поспамить, как их там зовут. Посмотрим, как этот смайл называется. Да, вот такой смайл можно поспамить.
We have a $250 donation from Ted G.
Yes,
Shout out to my
слушай,
friends on
кого-то.
GamingXs.com. Thanks to the runners and the crew of SGDQ.
кажется.
You're doing awesome things. Donation is going towards Ocarina of Time Glitch exhibition. Yeah!
Ну, может, мне кажется.
Wow, they really like that apparently. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and send in the torch to Kalerica. Thank you guys for having me. I will see you guys later.
Thanks a bunch for that. I don't know how on earth we're going to follow all of those runs, but it's time for a child favorite. I know I grew up with Ocarina of Time as well as many of you. We've got a bunch of donations coming in. We have a $100 donation here from Rizu-chan. OOTs, what got me into speedrunning? Gotta watch it every year. Here's $100 to see the best part, the glitches. Although we're doing our glitchless run first, and that'll be a lot of fun too, not just the glitches.
Давай, пока.
We have a $1,000 donation from Navi of the Deku Forest.
Итак, друзья, с вами ночную смену сегодня вел RUSC. Я думаю, мы уже больше не увидимся, но, может быть, мне удастся там где-нибудь в конце субботы подключиться, наверное, на Тасбург. Так, спасибо, что смотрели, слушали и, так сказать, были вместе с нами. Еще раз спасибо всем, до свидания, всем спокойной ночи и идите спать.
Давай, увидимся.
Чао.
Будет сразу Zelda, glitches, 70%.
Right, we good to go?
Quick before you go, we just hit $700,000 donated.
Nice.
И перед тем, как мы начнем, мы уже достигли гола в 700 тысяч зеленых.
All right, so this is OOT. We're gonna get going because we have quite a long
Пикмен
one ahead
будет
of us.
следующий.
Let's do this. Should I start time? Reset? Were we not ready? Yes? Yeah.
И нас уже пугают резетами. Особенно интересно смотреть забеги по Зельде, когда резетят постоянно. Это шутка якобы.
Alright, should I get a count in?
И сейчас будем считать.
Alright. 3,
3,
2,
2, 1.
1,
Поехали.
go.
Эй.
Alright, introductions. I'm Danny B.
Это Дэнни Би, Джиттер ТВ, Доджей, Тоцо.
And that's Monkley.
Это Монкли. И мы дадим микрофон ему позже.
So, this is glitchless any percent. It's going to be the same as glitchless MST, glitchless all dungeons. All those are exactly
Ну
the same.
как, не без единого глича, а гличи все-таки будут присутствовать.
Any of the dungeons or any of the main parts of the game.
И спасибо zeldaspeedruns.com. Тут очень много информации. Информация по каждому рану. Про все гличи. Очень замечательный сайт. Вначале у нас будут скат-сцены, как в Мажоре Маск. Маски-мажоры. Так что первые полчаса будут, ну, скажем, немного медленными.
But it's a pretty good one until you've seen it like 1,000 times.
Gives us an opportunity to announce that the glitch exhibition has been met.
Nice.
И нам покажут гличи, все гличи по Зельде. Потому что задонатили достаточно.
When you introduce the glitches. Just quite broken. Very broken. Alright, well, so first thing first about going fast, I suppose. Danny B is spamming pretty hard right here to save the frames on the introduction. There are little blue boxes that pop up on the text boxes. If you spam fast enough, you won't see those, and you saved, what is it, 1 frame?
1 frame per, yeah. Yeah, so this game runs at 20 frames per second. And the way text boxes work,
Игра работает в 20 фреймах.
and so we play in Japanese because in Japanese there are a lot
Мы
fewer characters.
играем на японском, естественно, просто потому что
And so over the course of a long run like this, where we have a lot of text, Japanese actually saves as much as 20 minutes. No one's timed it totally.
Потому что что? Потому что это bыстрее.
And there's a Chinese version of this game.
Есть китайская версия этой игры.
To something called the IQ, and it's actually it should be faster since Chinese is even more condensed than Japanese, but the controller is terrible. And
И просто отвратительный контроллер на китайском мешает спидранить игру на китайском.
Note that we're on Wii Virtual Console as well right now. We're not on a Nintendo 64. But Danny B is playing within the Nintendo 64 controller.
И Дэнни играет на
because child
контроллере от Nintendo
I
64.
played this game a lot when I was a kid, and I had a lot of leftover muscle memory on an N64.
Да,
controller.
китайская.
Most people play on GameCube controllers.
И большая часть людей играет на
Considered to be an all-around better controller.
контроллере от GameCube, играют на Wii U или на GameCube.
People might be angry at that statement.
Alright, so
Все эти серии разрешены.
is a random color, and it's red, I think.
I'd
Bad
call
luck.
it red.
I like red, yeah.
Red fairy,
splits.
red splits. Yep.
Alright, so the first thing we're gonna do is go get the
Каспера нет.
and along the way we're gonna collect some rupees to buy a Deku shield because we need to go to the Deku tree to get out of the forest, but Mido is in the way.
And now, something you might notice if you haven't watched OT speedruns at all is that we're not walking or rolling forward. We're doing a lot of backwalking or a lot
И
of
большую
sidewalking.
часть времени мы будем ходить задом, и потому что это самое быстрое перемещение по миру Зельды в Nintendo 64.
Generally, we say that anything over 4 rolls or so, 4 or 5, is going to be worth backwalking. Also,
Это основная техника в Зельде. Еще используются
that would be faster,
кувырки,
practical to use that.
но они в основном для того, чтобы
But you see it a lot in tab.
при развороте не потерять время, потому что нам нужно еще целиться, когда мы ходим задом, потому что мы же не видим, куда мы идем.
Trick of the run, coming up.
Первый трюк в игре.
Bridge clip, but it's not a clip.
И
Bottom of this bridge doesn't exist. Nice.
вообще
Perfect.
обычно этим не пользуются. Ну ладно, хорошо.
And basically what happens is he just jumps, and then at the right frame he jump slashes, which gives him a little bit more height, and the bridge just goes, now you're on the bridge.
Получаем щит.
Alright, sword and shield acquired.
So as I'm sure chat's going crazy because I just did what is called a clip but isn't really. The rules for this category are definitely a little funky.
И правила для глича 70% достаточно сложные. И нам немного сложновато определить, что будет гличом, а что нет. То, что мы сейчас сделали, я бы тоже не назвал гличом. Это проскок через текстуру. В принципе, это, как по-английски бы сказать, intended. То есть вполне разумно. Это тоже хорошо.
It's a little boost there.
I've got an FAQ on my channel, and I've got a link to a pastebin where you can see the rules and find out exactly what is and what isn't banned in this category.
И можно открыть, кому интересно, Zelda speedrun.com и посмотреть, что разрешено в glitchless, проценты, а что нет.
Into the game, then it's allowed. So if we can skip something without actually doing a glitch, then we can skip it.
And as we go through the run, we'll
И
see
все,
examples
что мы можем
of
сделать
that are pushed.
без использования глича, значит, глич здесь запрещен. Если это невозможно сделать без использования глича, то, возможно, это и даже не глич.
We have now acquired the most powerful item in the game.
Самая сильная вещь в игре — это декунут.
It's gonna skip a Navi text box right
Я бы не
there,
сказал,
but
что она
it's
самая
left
сильная, но она довольно-таки
as
полезная.
behind. It keeps Link busy.
More on that later.
Yeah, more on that later.
Skips the Navi text again there.
И сейчас мы пропустили
These
текст
filters
Нави.
are
И...
RNG to the max.
О, кажуал.
So now I'm gonna get the text box.
И
because
сейчас
it's
мы
close to
получим
points.
текст-бокс.
Jumping on the chest
Поговорим
there
с феей.
was the reason- or that was
Эй,
the reason I jumped on the
listen.
chest. It's faster.
Oh,
Also, I
come
can't
on.
hear that guy.
О, что-то это 30%.
I'm gonna stop talking. Okay.
Wow.
На это смешно
Basically
смотреть.
how Deku Tree goes. It's actually one of the most maddening temples in the game, at least in my opinion.
Okay, there
There
we
we
go.
go.
Отлично.
You can manipulate them by moving correctly, but it's
Hey,
difficult.
listen. Hey, listen.
That is not a correct angle.
Виктор.
Oh.
Alright, so that was supposed to be B1 skip.
Отлично, он еще и зафейлил скип пропуск при помощи удара об стену, чтобы забраться на стену. Сейчас он делает идеальную комбинацию прыжков. Прыжки в этой игре и кувырки можно делать с определенным...
Thankfully, this backup strategy
без использования стика.
so we don't need to do like
И в таком случае мы будем иметь идеальную позицию. То есть это одна из измерительных систем во вселенной Zelda.
that would be considered a glitch, so we are going to burn it.
Hey, listen. Hey, listen. Если бы фея была мужского рода. Если бы Каспер был феей, да?
Alright, so a little bit of a messy start. That's okay.
И
Victory is
старт
close to
достаточно
I
плох,
reset 90% of my runs.
но в принципе, как я тоже уже разговаривал,
Я пришел выполнить
но он
request
пришел
сейчас.
выполнить один реквест Каспер.
Thinking, how are we going to beat Goma without the slingshot?
Hey,
We didn't get the slingshot.
listen.
Most powerful weapon in the game.
Hey,
Deku nuts.
Luke. How to fail.
And right there, he jump slashed with a stick, which
Сейчас, жди реакции.
cures damage because
Кригузом
ground moves
intensifies.
are a little bit broken in that they do
И мы сейчас
gain
используем
value
палку.
of whatever attack preceded it, so long as you didn't go through a loading zone. And so a Deku
Палка наносит максимальный урон, но...
Heartless does a ton of damage.
Если... Короче, есть техника сохранения урона.
Goma is supposed to, after you do a certain amount of
После
damage,
урона прыжком, удара прыжком он сохраняет урон, и при
but if you, after you do a certain amount of
ударах
damage, and before she climbs on the ceiling, if you time a Deku Nut properly, you can keep her down, stun lock her, and get in the proper amount of damage.
при ударах сидя, а вот этот урон сохраняется. То есть у каждой анимации атаки
Storing damage.
свой урон.
Just noting that like the Deku stick
Да, боссы, большинство боссов достаточно простые
usually
в
break
этой игре.
when you hit something with them. So the fact that we can store that Master Sword damage and then use it through crouch stabs is really, really powerful. Because
Нам объясняет еще раз то, что я объяснил насчет сохранения урона. То есть есть определенные... Это не глич, это так заведено в игре, что можно сохранять урон атаки.
And he picked up a heart there. Normally, in runs of this game, you don't see people pick up hearts. But for
И обычно
this
мы не
run,
поднимаем
getting these
сердца,
Gorons terrible. We need,
но одно сердце мы поднимем.
maximum HP for Fire Temple and Fire Trial.
and that's because the
И нам нужно хотя бы 4 сердца для огненного
give you is based on your health.
храма,
We didn't have health for the timer to be,
чтобы у нас было достаточно времени
and you'll see that when we get there.
при попадении в эту комнату без одежды Горонов.
donations, we have some time.
Certainly, we are getting quite a few because of how awesome this game is, including a $1,000 anonymous donation.
Нам задонатили 1000, анонимно.
And the comments, just because it's Zelda.
Просто потому что это Зельда, поэтому и задонатили.
Oh, where's the other? We had another $1,000.
Я надеюсь, все знают эту историю о создании мира Зельды.
Two to binary powers here.
Было 3 великих силы, они пролетели. Образовался большой взрыв и создался мир. Такие вот дела. И эти 3 силы до сих пор существуют среди нас, среди мира Хайрол. И Линк — это как что-то типа мессии. У него имеется своя сила. Сила Courage. Надо перевести, что такое Courage. По-моему, смелость. Посмотрим. Мужество. Ну да, мужество тоже хороший перевод. Есть еще, по-моему, сила.
So when you are pulling out weapons in this game, after you press the button for a weapon, it takes like 3 frames, sometimes 2, sometimes 4, depending on the weapon, for Link to actually have it active in his hands. He like reaches back to grab it. During that time, you can't interact with certain NPC triggers,
Да.
such as
Сила и мудрость. Девушке достанется мудрость. Ига.
Pull out another weapon right as the first weapon becomes active.
Кураж.
You can chain them together.
Оскары пролетели, так точно. Это те самые Оскары, которые не достались Леонардо Ди Каприо. Они оказались в этой игре 98 года.
So that's coming up. There are 3 of them in this run. They're all in child section. So I'm going to try to get at least one of them to show that off. It's a hard trick. It involves like 20 frame perfect inputs in a row, 1 input every 4 frames.
Ганану досталась сила.
So what I'm going to actually do to help myself is
Я вот не понимаю, как мужество может победить силу.
and the metronome is running at 300 beats per minute, which is the tempo needed for 1 beat every 4 frames. So I'm going to put a little earpiece in my ear, listen to the metronome, and see if we can get it.
И
So that's going to come up right after we get the fairy.
Дэнни Би пользуется метрономом, чтобы сделать некоторые трюки.
In my PB, I got 2 of the 3. I've gotten all 3.
И в своем лучшем забеге, который записан, скорее всего, на speedrun.com, он получил, ему удалось пропустить, сделать пропуски в тех местах, где нужен метроном. Потому что метроном нужен именно для того, чтобы спамить команду прицеливания во время ходьбы. Таким образом, можно пропустить некоторые катсцены. И количество людей падает, но что поделать, Зельда не самая популярная игра в нашей аудитории. У нас есть девочка, и мы можем врезаться в нее и застрять в ней. Это, конечно, звучит странно, что Линк застревает в девочке, но да, вот так они сказали.
So just a little roadmap here. Once we get past Saria's song, which will happen in about 15 minutes, the cutscenes will seriously go away, and for the most part, it'll just be the cutscene after each dungeon.
Also, Saria's Fairy is blue now because it changes.
Yeah, so we talked about that before, but all the Kokiri children, Saria included.
Я понял. Сейчас, то есть, они передвинули сетап-блок после Зельды.
Alright, so got no more input until the owl skip, so I'm gonna just take this off real quick, have it around my neck, and listen to the metronome.
Сейчас он надевает маленький наушник, чтобы включить себе метроном. И проверим, получится ли у него. Он будет пытаться пропустить разговор с совой в самом начале. Между девушкой и Окариной он выбрал Окарину. Ну, тут не совсем такой расклад. Но ему подарили Окарину. в честь того, что он покидает деревню. Обычно феи не покидают деревню. И вот сейчас. Да, отлично. Это очень хорошо. Он зажал прицеливание и шел назад, и игрался с инвентарем.
Rupees, by the way.
Yeah, so he was swapping the sword and the Deku stick, and as you can see, it kept him sliding straight through. If he had missed one input during that entire time, the owl would have triggered and we would have had to talk to it.
Ocarina — это своего рода флейта,
So early in the animation, it
которая
cancels it.
имеет
It's not important.
интересную форму. Так вот. Своего рода флейта в мире Зельды. Ему помогают одеть наушники. И самая важная часть в том, что собираешь монетки, это попасть в город до того, как начнется ночь. Чтобы нам поговорить с девочкой, здесь нужно еще купить щит. Щит Хайлена. И сейчас мы что-то вроде бы пользуемся сейф-стратой. Специально для марафона. Потому что мы можем сжечь свой щит Кокакири.
And if I enter the markets at 0 speed, I can get back here as soon as possible. Time of day doesn't pass in the market, but it does pass here.
И время здесь идет, но оно не идет в магазине. Прямо мечта шопперов. В городе в магазине не идет время, а на улице идет время.
Now this owl that I just talked to, it is possible to skip it too, but Malon is inside the text trigger of the owl, and so that makes it really hard to do so. And on top of that, even if I could, which I can, but it's really hard, talk to Malon and get on these vines before the owl talks to me, the owl trigger actually extends on the top of the vines as well. So as soon as I were to leave the vines and get onto the top, I would have to start weapon swapping again on the very first frame of control up here.
И он рассказывает, что в теории можно пропустить разговор с совой и здесь, но нам нужно идеально подкатиться к девушке, заговорить с ней. При этом необходимо висеть на лиане. После того, как мы поднимемся на лиане, нужно в первый же кадр сделать то же, что мы делали в первом пропуске. Зажать прицеливание, менять вещи в руках. И поскольку это невероятно сложно, он не станет этого делать. Нет, флейта деревянная. И самая противная часть, скажем так, в самом начале. Это замковые охранники. Охранники замка.
Alright, so this block puzzle, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do some of it. But you don't need to push all the blocks to the end.
Нам не нужны все блоки, потому что можем увеличивать длину наших прыжков. И мы используем этот эксплойт, скажем так, в этой игре здесь же.
Very small note, if we do get caught by guards, you'll note that the boxes move themselves into the solved position, which is kind of nice.
И мы будем смотреть. Дурачка прошли. Еще одного дурачка прошли. Пока изи. Охранники смотрят в разные стороны, и когда он поворачивает в одну сторону голову, то мы, в принципе, можем проскочить в это время. И в целом нормально. Если уметь делать идеальные прыжки в
It's actually
сторону,
pretty good guard.
то
Yeah, it's pretty solid.
можно проскочить. Всех охранников без проблем.
Alright, and now we get to talk to Zelda for kind of a long time.
Yeah, so if those guards see you, they will catch you right away if you are on the ground for more than 1 frame at a time. But if you maintain frame perfect side ups, you can and make it to the screen transition, then they will not catch you.
And one weird thing is if you are on the frame that they catch you and you screen transition at the same time, they can still catch you. And the screen will transition and then they'll walk into the new transitioned screen to catch you, and it's infuriating. I think we might have some time for donations
Yeah, for sure.
because this cutscene is forever.
It certainly is. But first, I just want to make
Все, я убрал Доритос, все в порядке.
The crazy high donation amount that we needed for this glitch exhibition. Why can I not say that word? Coming up after this run. But we do have quite a few more donation incentives to go.
И очередная катсцена. Девочка нам тоже рассказывает про силу Трифорса. Девочка является принцессой. И она чувствует, что Генан хочет захватить власть. Крошки остались, да. Что-то не так сегодня со мной. Надо припылесосить.
And now for some donations. Oh goodness, we've got quite a few here. We have a $100 donation from Tyvrus saying, since there's
У меня нечего пылесосить, нужно вызвать гусей. Гуси склюются,
Listen! Hey! Listen! Put this towards reader's choice. Sad that he didn't say, hey, watch out! I'll do that one instead.
Отправим одного гуся сюда и одного гуся сюда. В порядке. Гуси справятся. Нам читают донаты. Классические донаты на Зельде, Окарине времени.
Ocarina of Time. I am so happy that this game is being run again this year. I really love the longer categories, so much more meat to bite into. A $500 donation.
Неужто, Линк, ты мне поможешь? Линк, я прошу тебя, помоги мне. Не знаю даже, как тебя просить. Просить или не просить. Возьми это письмо и отправляйся к Горанам.
No. Won't even. Oh, actually, we'll interact with one Coco.
Perfect. Let's see. Another $500 donation.
Еще $500.
This is the first SGDQ I've been able to watch live, and I'm excited to finally be able to donate during the Ocarina of Time run, which was the first game I ever saw as a speedrun. Keep up the good work and go kill Ganondorf. A $100 donation from Rivi Kim. I grew up playing Zelda. Link became a staple that I associated with good times and good friends. This run is nostalgic as well as entertaining for me. Much love to the entire gaming community.
So something that's interesting about cutscenes with songs that we could mention is that depending on the cutscene, sometimes you learn the song right at the beginning of it, and sometimes you don't learn it until the middle of the cutscene. Like, if you watch glitched runs, you'll see us skip this cutscene by entering it and killing ourselves at the same time, because we get the song as soon as we enter.
Он рассказывает о том, что очень странное получение и выучивание песни, что в то время, когда мы получаем ее, не совсем понятно, в какой момент она появляется у нас в инвентаре. Может появляться в начале того, как мы спели ее, а также может появляться в середине того, как мы разговариваем. А может и вовсе после вот этой катсцены появиться. И настоящий забег начался, можно похлопать.
earlier, right before I woke up to 'em,
Как я
I
рассказывал
ran
уже
on the
на
motor
прошлом
control.
ГДК,
So I got 99 on the chains, because 99 is the max.
та женщина, с которой мы разговаривали, является
I
шейхом,
got a couple in the mood. All I needed to do was get
и
one
она главный шейк,
20, and that's all the repeats
следит
I'll do.
за принцессой, охраняет ее.
Spend 20 on the diving game for silver scale later, and then you don't need to buy anything else in the whole game. So we're not gonna do the bottle here. These cocos are going to be left in peace. Hello.
Да, полчаса прошло, забег только начался. Условно говоря, первые полчаса достаточно медленные, и сейчас начинается настоящая скорость. Симулятор лунной походки, да, как-то так.
And the discount is, it makes the shield cost anywhere between 45 and 75 rupees, I think, or is it 40 and 75?
I think it's 45.
Okay, and it's any multiple of 5 between those.
It's interesting that they bothered to make that random, of all things.
I mean, they made fairy colors random, so.
Я не знал, они, оказывается, рассказывают о том, что у фей случайный цвет. У фей, которые летают вокруг фей. У фей, которые летают вокруг фей, если вы понимаете, о чем я. То есть у Линка всегда она белая, а у девушки Сари, которую мы встречаем в самом начале игры, перед тем, как вообще начать бежать, мы увидели, что цвет был красный. Гличи, которые не гличи, ну не совсем так, но что-то вроде того. Смысл такой походки в том, что мы быстрее передвигаемся спиной. Это самое быстрое передвижение во вселенной Зельде на Nintendo 64. Еще нам рассказать о том, что все, что не входит в наше зрение, в поле нашего зрения, загружается намного позже. Чем могло бы загружаться? Сейчас мы увидим интересную часть рана. Glitchless, или почти что без багов любой процент, не сильно популярная категория. Проходит мало людей, на самом деле. И сейчас будет снова метроном. Но нужно будет пропускать. О, он не справился. Но ему почти повезло. И если мы проходим через туннель, то это уже считается как проходит. Кстати говоря, этот символ улыбки я бы использовал и в своем нике, если бы он читался. Если бы он читался OBS Studio. Ну, в принципе, все будет в порядке.
Sometimes the game stops you when you go into narrow hallways because the camera kind of can't handle it.
So maybe we can take this cutscene and talk a little bit about.
Мы, скорее всего, возьмем только... Насколько я помню, мы возьмем только песню телепортации, чтобы добираться до сюда. Он просто тыкает палкой в женщину. И зал смеется и взрывается. Палка действительно в катсене.
This category is
Топовая
really
тема.
long. My summer best in this is mid 334. My PB is 338.21, which is 11 seconds off the current record, which is held by Makai. And so that's less than 4 minutes. A good run, a really good run in this category, you want to aim for less than 3 minutes off your summer best. And that's a really small amount of time for such a long category. So most things in this category aren't ridiculously tough, but natural time loss just by not being perfect is something that happens all the time.
И это реинкарнация. И мы сейчас телепортируемся в самое начало игры, насколько я помню. А, нет. Быстрее, просто в самое начало местности, в которую мы попадаем. Нормально. Игру сделаем погромче, без проблем. И еще один скип, который он зафейлил. И еще одна потеря времени. А меня это нормально слышно? Направляемся в Даронию, и нам нужен браслет Горанов. Позволит нам поднимать... В основном позволит нам поднимать цветобомбы. И сейчас будет самая веселая катсцена.
So when I entered this cutscene, I think I failed it, but if you enter this cutscene with a really particular walking angle, when the cutscene is over and you're talking to Darunia, the camera can lock in a position that's facing Link instead of behind him.
У него был депрессняк, и теперь его отпустило. Вот как выглядят люди, у которых отпустил депрессняк.
And those sort of tiny optimizations are what allows Danny B to play so close to some of best across like almost 4 hours.
Yeah, just to compare, so Glitchless aims to be about 3 minutes to some of best. 100% for which the record is just over 4 hours, I think is like 6 minutes over some of best or something like that. So it matters.
Таким образом мы получили браслет Горанов. Мы отправляемся в подземелье Горанов. Первое подземелье Горанов в состоянии ребенка.
So getting that backflip there obviously saves a little bit of time because I can be down here and enter Dodongo's Cavern. You have a few frames to get it. So here comes the first cutscene skip of the run. When you blow up this wall, there's a cutscene that shows you the inside of Dodongo's Cavern and the camera pans around. We're not going to watch it, I hope.
And this is a relatively recent addition to the run, despite it being pretty simple.
И сейчас он пропустил катсцену открытия подземелья Горанов. И использовать смерть, чтобы пропустить катсцену, запрещено в этой категории. Но разрешено все остальное, что может помочь пропустить катсцену.
So this dungeon contains some of the most dangerous enemies in the game. Fire keys.
Fire keys are the worst.
И самое сложное, что есть в этом подземелье, это огненные летучие мыши. Самое опасное в них то, что они огненные, и они могут сжечь наш щит.
So that stored 2 damage to my stabs. And so
И
Los
он
Alphas
сейчас
are coming in.
объясняет
And the way
том,
Los Alphas work
что
is they each have 6 health and there are 2 of them. And the moment you do
он
half
только что
of one's health,
сохранил
which is 3,
удар.
he'll
То есть
run
перед тем,
away
как
and replace
сбросить
with the other
бомбу,
guy.
он
But if I can
ударил
do 2 health and then 4, he'll die
деревянной
without ever running
палкой,
away. So
деревянной
there's 2.
палкой, и
Jump
сохранил
across,
удар
store
таким
4 with a
образом.
jump slash,
То есть сейчас он
and then
сохраняет
jump to
удар,
6. And that allows me to
сохраняет силу
kill
удара,
both
скажем
without
так.
one ever running away, which is a lot faster.
Yeah, if you've ever fought these guys casually, you know they can
Потому
be
что
a
у них
rough
много
band.
жизней,
Just chase them
6
around the
штук.
room and burn lots and lots of time.
Палки очень много атаки. Но поскольку палка при атаке ломается, они придумали такую технику, как сохранение удара, сохранение урона.
Oh yeah, if you feed a Dodongo a bomb chew, the game overflows memory or something, and it can randomly crash, or it can unload half the game or something.
It's really strange.
Really freaky, yeah.
And the fact that we only found it recently makes no sense.
So I have my sword in hand right now. I'm going to switch to Deka Stick. And the reason for that is when I pick up a bomb flower, which I'm going to do in a second.
Он говорит, что я сменю на деку палку, я подниму палку, я подниму бомбу, и если в руках у меня будет деку-палка, то это будет быстрее, чем если я буду поднимать бомбу с мечом в руках. Поскольку убирать меч в ножны намного дольше, чем убирать палку в инвентарь.
Yeah, that's where I got it from. So normally there's a red rupee in a pot here. It's worth 20. Normally I would get it, but because I already got the shield and my rupee route set, I won't need it. So I'm going to skip this pot here.
Сейчас мы должны были бы поднимать рупи, но он не станет это делать, поскольку он уже купил себе щит Хайлиана.
Coming room has fire keys, so
Fire keys are bad.
И опасные, те самые опасные огненные летучие мыши.
So what
То,
he
что
did
все
with
в порядке.
backflipping onto the Armos is kind of circular, and so Link can kind of just clip up onto it because Child Link can jump really, really high in comparison to Adult Link.
Okay. Little bit scary.
So there's a Navi text trigger here. I'm going to stop just short of it, wait for this guy, and then backflip over it so I don't have to talk to Navi.
И здесь мы должны были бы поговорить с Нави, нашей феей, но... Но используя прицеливание, мы входим в состояние катсцены и не разговариваем с феей. Очень просто. Отлично.
Alright, so here we go. This is fun. I don't have slingshot, which means I can't get rid of these flames.
И самая интересная часть этого забега. Он просто запрыгнул на угол и с угла запрыгнул туда, куда ему нужно. Обычно нам нужно иметь рогатку, чтобы выстреливать в глаза в стене и убирать огонь. Все та же техника сохранения урона.
No hearts, okay.
So you might have noticed Danny B kind of waited a moment to crouch stab that Alphos. Those guys have weird invincibility frames that can be a little bit tricky to deal with sometimes. If you stab them while certain animations are happening, they just don't take damage.
Nice.
Sweet.
That side hop across the 2 flame platforms is a little weird because the ledge kind of stops you from going too far and then you can walk back. Because if you're positioned incorrectly, you'll just side hop straight into the flame.
Вот сейчас мы получили бомбы,
Now we have bombs.
но они не столь полезны в...
Bomb route's a little tight in this category.
Гличлес любой процент. Как-то так, да.
И
не настолько полезны, потому что почти все баги с бомбой запрещены. Так-то да.
Nice bonk. First bonk of the run, not bad.
So we're gonna enter this room, turn away, and not even look into the center, so those keys don't come for us. And then back here, I'm gonna jump.
Нам нужно
Hopefully they both notice me at the same time now.
Привлечь внимание летучих мышей,
Nice.
чтобы использовать деку нот,
Something's gonna go wrong with
деку
keys. I
орех
think it
и
might
сбить
probably would have been there.
их в полете.
That's where I've seen you lose the shield the most. So this next room can be a little dodgy too.
So this next room I can't do anything about the keys, so I'm just gonna listen close and use Deca Nuts if I need to.
Здесь он не может ничего сделать с летучими мышами, поэтому нужно будет внимательно слушать, подлетают они или нет.
Alright, I got super lucky there. That's
И
good.
нам очень повезло, что ни одна летучая мышь не согрелась.
That block falls, but it's kind of tight. Small optimizations.
So he stored damage there
Вот и
again.
босс.
So he has
И
4
мы опять
damage for
сохраняем
boss fight.
урон в палке. При помощи палки, быть точным. Как я уже говорил, если вы ударите при помощи палки, то
I think this is just about the easiest boss in the entire game.
Yeah.
она сломается. Просто сломается.
So just because, like I said, the bomb count is a little tight in this run, instead of using my own bomb here, I'm just gonna use a bomb flyer.
И поскольку у нас проблемы с бомбами в этом забеге, мне придется использовать бомбу цветок.
And that's it.
Tough fight.
И очень сложная битва,
So
как
far,
вы
this
видите.
boss is not very challenging. Baronade's a little more interesting, the one in Jabu coming up next.
There's a small optimization with that fight that Danny B actually loves to tell people, and that is, you speedrunners out there who play OOT, don't wait to hear the breath noise. You can throw the bomb a little bit earlier and save fractions of a second.
There's another small optimization that I tried to do and didn't. Right after you stab him the last time, if you press A at the right time, you can put away your sword as he's dying, and that saved me from having to put away my sword when I pick up that heart container right there, so that saves like 2 frames.
Yeah, we talk about saving small things a lot, but this run is nearly 4 hours long, so it definitely adds up.
This cutscene's good too. Anything with Darunia.
Except the conversation at Fire Time.
All right, so coming up next, we're gonna go do the Zora's River segments. So first thing we need to do is get the silver scale, so that we can dive to the bottom of Lake Hylia and get the letter in a bottle. Excuse me, that's the only letter. That's the only bottle we're gonna get in the whole run. There are 4, but we only need 1.
Yeah, the bottle's one of the most broken items in this game, but glitchless. All right, red gem.
И вот, наконец, мы получили красный
So we got
камень.
some
Драгоценный
pretty
красный камень.
self-explanatory movement coming up, so if you have donations, go for it.
We do, and
И
we're
в
gonna
целом
hop back
сейчас будет
just
читать
a minute
донаты.
because we have a donation from the Boyk's mom. So if the Boyk's is out there, your mom thinks you did a great job. She donated $25 and says, "Great run of Pepsi Man. It was exciting to watch. Another awesome GDQ event for an awesome charity."
Теперь Гораны хотят нас отблагодарить и обнять. Лин будет убегать от них.
I think it's the cutest. All right, we have an anonymous $100 donation.
Такая
I
вот
don't think there's
катсцена.
any game I loved as much as a kid than Ocarina of Time. And the realization that you can skip that owl has ruined my childhood. We have an anonymous $50 donation. Good morning, SGDQ.
И
I
сейчас
have
мы
been
отправимся
awaiting
за
this moment
последним
running
камнем.
Ocarina of Time glitchless. This game took me through a very rough time, so to the runner Danny B, many, many thanks for a glitchless run of Zelda. I look
Камень в рыбе жабу.
forward for a 3-hour run of nostalgia. To the entire community, runners, audience, and all of the crew making this possible, $50 to Runner's Choice.
we have a $50 donation from Navi and Fee Fusion. Hey, listen! I must tell you
Очередной
everything
Hey
you already
Listen.
know. Doctors Without
Эй,
Borders is
слушай.
an amazing cause, and
Донат.
GDQs get more and more awesome every year. If you will excuse me, I need to figure out how I can insert my special brand of annoyance into Breath of the Wild.
Okay. So this owl, I hate this owl.
И
This is
мы
the worst owl.
терпеть
Because
не
these
можем эту
rocks are terrible. They
сову.
seemingly randomly blow up.
This one should work.
Yeah, this one should work. But I spent about 5 hours trying to figure out a consistent way to get past
It
this
didn't
owl. With the owl exactly.
И мы пытались
With the owl scope.
сохранить время.
To come to the conclusion
Всего
that
лишь
for some
секунды
weird
3.
reason, if you're holding an item in your hand, like a sword or a stick, and that owl catches you and he flies away, the camera will follow him for about 15 more seconds than it should.
Если у нас в руках
So,
окажется
I got this
меч
Coco
или
here.
палка,
Some of you might be wondering why.
то еще 15 секунд мы бы
Always
смотрели за
explained
тем,
about
как
30
летит
seconds.
сова.
So is River Cuckoo best Cuckoo? And so normally rolling is fast, but we can't roll with the Cuckoo, so backwalking even shorter distances is faster.
Alright, so normally you're supposed to play Zelda's Lullaby to open this waterfall, but if you have a little flying friend,
Но если у нас есть маленький дружок курица, мы можем пролететь и сохранить время, не пропевая песню Зельды.
it
Колыбель
saves
Зельды.
about 10 seconds. Even though
Это
the movement
сохраняет
is
10
slow,
секунд.
carrying it all the way up the river, since you can't do normal fast movement, the cutscene of opening that waterfall takes about a year and a half, so it saves a bunch of time. So side hopping is actually extra powerful if you're on slopes. So if I have a long slope, I'm going to try to side hop up it.
All right, let's hope for good RNG.
Yeah,
Будем
so the
надеяться,
placement of these 5 rupees
что
is gonna be
рандом
entirely
будет
random. Can take anywhere between 1 and 5 dives to get them all.
боги склонен к
So
нам.
3 would be nice.
Wow, that looks.
That's
И-
not so bad.
Это неплохо, это неплохо.
Please, nice. Okay, good.
Nice.
So this is 2 dives, which is really nice. Don't
Это
usually count
будет
them off
в
the
2 нырка.
It is possible to do it in one, but it takes a special throw.
Yeah, so 2 dives is really good.
2 нырка отлично.
I'd also like to point out that Sora has no concept of economy because you pay him 20 rupees and he throws 25.
И этот Зора не знает, что такое экономика.
Stock up on
Он
backups
отдает
here.
нам
Backups are
25
really
монет,
important because they're super strong.
когда мы заплатили ему всего 20.
And I swear, like, no casual player ever really knows how powerful Decanuts are. I know I didn't. And when I started speedrunning this game and I realized just how strong they were, it sort of blew my mind a little bit. You'll see a lot of that in, especially Forest Temple later.
И мы получили жабры, возможность плавать под водой дольше. Или точнее, нырять глубже.
The letter in the bottle that Rudo left for some reason. Right here.
Можно попробовать заспамить хэштеги, хэштег
Alright, so we're coming up
Делик
on
живи, и,
what I consider
возможно,
the most important
хэштег
cutscene in the game.
оградит мою последнюю букву от съедения гусями.
It's very important for all the chat to spam as hard as you possibly can Danny Mweep. That's M-W-E-E-P, capital D, capital M. Start right now.
И сейчас...
King Zora, because I have nothing better to do in this cutscene, I know that he weeps
Сейчас
25
еще
times.
можно поспамить
And coincidentally,
вот
25 is
такой
exactly the
вот
number
смайл.
in
И
a
я
5-layer
сделаю
Mweep
погромче.
pyramid, so
Сейчас
not to
найдем
encourage
его.
spam,
Это
but
здесь он
I'm just
был.
gonna put that out there.
А, S-Frog, по-моему, называется. А, вот он, S-Frog. Что такое можно поспамить?
Here we go.
А.
Weep, 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 weep,
Whip. Whip.
weep, 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 weep,
Whip.
weep,
Whip.
weep, 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 weep. We.
All right,
There
let's
we
see.
go.
Yay.
This
Speedrun.
fish here. Otherwise, the whale won't eat us.
Yeah, side hopping downstairs is fast, and while he was in mid-air, he drew the bottle, so he didn't have to put away the sword. So getting at the dog is kind of interesting because
Вот
it's
такая
actually
вот
really easy to get in here
лягушка,
if use
перемещающаяся.
a clip, but that's a clip, so we can't do it.
All right, so
Самый
Jabba is a
топовый
good time to
момент
talk about the changes that
об
Glitchless
этой
has undergone
локации.
recently. So for a long time, Glitchless had a pretty stagnant rule set, and
И
last
очень
year,
долго
last summer,
в любом
a few other
проценте без
decided they wanted to
гличей.
try to change some of the rules to make it into a little bit of a more modern category. And a big thing in this dungeon that sort of
Было
spawned the whole
сложно
discussion
пройти
was that
некоторые
you can
вещи
actually use
в
a
подземелье
bomb to
Джабу,
damage boost
точнее
yourself
внутри Джабу.
from the elevator over to the blue switch before Baronade. And I'll point out where I'm
Но
talking
кое-что
about
нам
in a
позволили теперь
but,
делать, и вы увидите
so that
интересные
that
трюки.
damage boost skips about half this dungeon, skips about 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Даже
So
в
actually
этом
do
любом
something.
проценте.
Once again, we don't have slingshot, so
Oh, that didn't work.
that was Shabombs, please.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, bubbles are called chabombs, and floating skeletons are called bubbles. Just so you guys know.
So this elevator to my right here is what I'm talking about. When I come back with Boomerang, I'm going to jump from that elevator with a bomb and hopefully explode myself to the other side without having to jump from the top and lower the whole extra platform. And
Вот и
so that
принцесса.
was actually banned for a long time because of how much of this dungeon it skips. But that sort of went against the whole feel of the category, which according to everything else was, it doesn't really matter what you skip as long as you skip it without using glitches. And so that underwent a long discussion, and so it eventually got added to the category and made this dungeon from probably one of the most boring to one of the most exciting.
It was also one of the worst because before you had to cut down all those tentacles in the back with the boomerang, and those are the trolliest enemies in the entire game.
И летающие шарики будут самыми тролльными, троллищими противниками в нашей игре
Which is always a good trade-off.
на данный момент.
So some other things that got changed. Oh my God, bubbles, please.
Пожалуйста.
Some other things that got changed
Okay.
along with the damage boost becoming allowed are save warps. And save warps were banned in this category for a long time because
И
back in the day runs need
безопасные телепорты были забанены в этой категории.
You can actually do if you want to speedrun a game.
Но, похоже,
And so
разбанили.
save warping is now allowed, which is a good thing.
Да, разбанили.
Don't forget the thing,
The thing?
the mega flip.
Oh, the thing. Nice.
О, да. Красиво.
So my run is now invalid because I did a glitch.
Теперь его забег можно забанить, поскольку он
Also, that
использовал
Octorok dropped a
глич.
bomb in the water, and I'm really sad that I can't get it.
Wow.
Но это была swag страта. Необходимо отбить
Ruda.
плювок сквида.
Nice. Alright, it's just like with the chicken, backwalking is faster because we can't roll, but this is long enough that you pretty much want to backwalk anyway.
So I'm actually going to skip using the bomb strat here because the bomb failed on the boulders, so I'm going to save my bombs.
И
Normally what I do
он
in this
пропустит
upcoming room is use a bomb to kill
трюк
one of the
с использованием
stingers,
бомбы,
one of them you can call
поскольку
stingers.
он уже потерял одну бомбу, и он хочет сыграть безопасно.
But because I wasted a bomb on those boulders because they're dumb and didn't blow up, I'm going to not do that.
And
So I'll
the
just use Rudo's butt instead.
and the switch actually.
Oh, Rudo's butt didn't work.
The one thing Rudo is good for, and she couldn't even handle it.
All right, so coming up is what I consider to be the
Получим
hardest single trick in
рогатку.
the game. Or not in the game, but in the run.
И дальше будет трюк, который пропустит 4
My PB
минуты,
failed it once
насколько я
and
помню.
lost 40 seconds, and I'm only 11
И
seconds off the record,
если
so it's pretty
пропустить его, то
heartbreaking.
мы потеряем
So if I get
где-то
it
по
here,
10
that'd be good.
секунд за
Got it
потерю.
back up, but it would be nice to be able to show off.
Сейчас увидим, насколько ему повезет, насколько он готов.
We were talking about versions earlier. He's going to do a little setup here. You can't do this on 1.0 because you can open the sides.
В некоторых версиях мы не можем это делать, но в этой версии мы сможем это делать. Нам нужно будет использовать бомбу. Нужно дождаться последнего кадра взрыва бомбы. И использовать удар мечом в лету, чтобы пролететь не назад, потому что бомба была бы прямо над нами, но чтобы пролететь вперед, чтобы бомба была ровно за нами. И это трюк с идеальным выполнением. Именно для этого он и... Именно для этого он и зажимает паузу.
And then on the correct frame, we'll drop the bomb and jump slash, which gives you just enough height with the jump slash, the jump, and the bomb throwing you, which is completely intended by the developers to barely cross that gap. And we found that, or shoutouts to Alien Squeaky Toy, I guess, because he re-found that trick about, I don't know, what, 18 months ago or something. And it turns out that
И оказывается, про этот трюк знали все, кто проходил эту игру, но никто не думал даже использовать его в безбаговом любом проценте. Но поскольку этот трюк нигде не используется больше, в целом он вполне подходит для этой категории.
You can kind of make them all stun at once, and then Dekunut kills them all at once. And if you do that twice, you never have to do any of the spinning jellyfish phases, which are the time killers.
Tiny optimization with that blue warp. When you walk into it, Link turns and faces Rudo. So if you're already facing Rudo, when you step into it, it takes less time. Whereas if you're facing like completely away from her, it actually takes an eternity for Link to turn all the way around.
All right, and that was the child dungeons. That was not so bad. I guess Deku was the messiest of them, but overall that was pretty good. But we got a little bit of cutscene here, so donations are definitely welcome.
У нас катсцена, любовная катсцена между принцессой и Линком. Как я уже говорил... 5000 баксов закинули, лол. 5000 и 2000 на спасение, и 3000 на уничтожение. Очень странное пожертвование, анонимное. И еще 1000 уронили. Еще 1000.
And then we have a $400 donation from Barry Kramer, longtime watcher, first-time donator. Thanks for being the best distraction from work. Save the frame, save the animals, save Hyrule, save Ganon. Man, I don't know, save everything.
Донат.
So that's the first save warp in the run.
You go back to Link's house here. It's faster. So that garbled text on screen.
Телепорт при помощи сохранения.
My game is in Japanese, but my Wii is not, and so it doesn't really know how to display Japanese characters, so it just gives us garbage.
Телепортируемся обратно домой.
We have a $25 donation from Revere saying, I'm just here for the mweep. Seriously, that's it. Thank you. And there was a poker tournament in the board game room, and the donation just got submitted, $340. We played poker for it, and the comment says, from winning the poker tournament, this donation is going to naming Shadow Bob Chase for Bob Chase. So thanks to everybody who played poker this afternoon. It was a lot of fun. A $100 donation from Raisman. Greetings from Belgium. It's just over 6 a.m. here, and after a few weeks of piling up sleep deprivation, a smart man probably wouldn't get out of bed for a speedrun. Me, on the other hand, here I am. Quick question for the runner, or basically all runners. Are you still capable of playing these games casually?
No.
Absolutely not.
Nowhere close.
Донат спрашивает, способны ли мы играть казуально в эту игру. И он отвечает, нет, никогда.
An anonymous $100 donation. Here's $1 for every gold Skulltula. You don't need to kill them, so kill the animals instead.
И нам покажут кат-сцену.
So speedrunning is sort of a
Кат-сцену о
means of
том, как
playing a game more after you can't play it casually anymore because you've done so too much.
охранниц Зельды выводит принцессу из замка во благо будущего, спасая ее от Геннона.
I'd like to point out during this cutscene that Zelda is the most boss thrower of all time.
She launches this
И,
thing.
как вы видите, она просто профессионально бросает Окарину.
We have a $100 donation from Rachel200. Since Ocarina of Time is coming up soon, I wanted to make this donation in honor of Narcissa Wright, whose legendary runs first got me into speedrunning and GDQ. I've definitely donated way more to charity than I would have without her influence. If you're listening, Narcissa, you are my hero. A $50 donation from Recon Dingo. Ocarina of Time is one of my all-time favorite games. Let's get that glitch exhibition going. I will not live that down, I swear. A $100 donation from Amanda154. Here's $100 to the Zelda Glitch Exhibition, a perfect companion to a run with no glitches. Thank you to the runners and event organizers. A $123.45 donation from Zunkfunk. Having a blast watching this year's SGDQ. I will be watching this run, sipping on some Crystal Pepsi. This donation is for the Zelda Glitch Run. Don't stop running and don't
Этот
stop
гоблин...
the donations. Please don't stop the donations.
Этот гоблин просто пытается
Remembering that we are
захватить
donating to
вселенную.
badge orders and we have lots of great incentives. We're still working on that Pokemon Blue reverse badge order. We still need over $40,000. I know I'm excited to see it. That's what my reader's choice is going for, and I don't know if anyone else is doing the same. So let's get those donations in.
So our Ocarina just got upgraded from brown to blue, which is really cool. There's actually absolutely no difference between the two.
И нашу Окарину только что проапгрейдили.
This except to learn Song of Time, which is
Единственное, зачем нам нужна синяя Окарина,
And glitches is a
для того, чтобы
canon long, so there's a
получить
subcategory sort of child dungeons, which ends when you hold the ocarina.
песню времени. Песню
I
времен.
have the best time for that. It's an hour 39 minutes, or 39 seconds rather. So heading to the adult part of this game, the adult cutscene is about 4 minutes long. It's every run that isn't any percent basically has to deal with it. It's kind of annoying, but it's a necessary evil to get to the adult section, which I find way more fun.
Me too.
So normally, in a run where I'm actually gunning for a really good time, this is where I would buy the Hylian Shield if I hadn't already. But since we did that, just go straight to Temple of Time. It saves about 8 seconds to buy it now instead of earlier. Mostly because when I got the rupees on the chains earlier, outside the castle, I had to reload the field in order to make the rupees respawn so I could get them again. And that's a big portion of why it's really slow.
This is the cutscene most categories don't watch, but it's a good cutscene.
Yeah, door time skip takes about an hour to set up.
Yes, Navi, we know it's the Master Sword pedestal. So something about adult. If you played this game casually, you will know that Navi points you in the direction of some dungeons along with some other NPCs. And normally you do them in the order of Forest, Fire, and then Water Temple. And then Spirit and Shadow are interchangeable technically, but Navi points you towards Shadow first. But in this
Сейчас
run,
посмотреть чемпионат по StarCraft в 2016.
after doing some collection. And it's because it turns out to be faster for various reasons.
And that route order came about relatively recently.
Right.
Danny B mentioned in Jabu Jabu that we rearranged some of the rules. We allowed save warping. And at that time, we sort of reevaluated things. And it turned out that going to Fire first was faster.
Yeah, and that's directly because of save warping. The ability to change your position in the overworld. As adult, you save warp back to Temple of Time, or as child, you save warp back to Link's house. That ability cuts out some overworld movement and turned out that shuffling
И поскольку нам открыли возможность телепортироваться, телепортироваться при помощи сохранений в этой игре. Это сохраняет нам некоторое количество времени, поскольку раньше без багов любой процент проходился примерно за столько же, сколько и стопроцентный забег по Зельде, а это явно не самая лучшая затея.
Pierced his ear, gave him tights. I don't know what was going on here, but
it's been a crazy 7 years.
И Зельде, точнее Линку выдали панталоны белые. Мы не знаем, откуда они, но... Окей. Еще говорят, что игра настолько старая, а в ней сделали динамическое освещение при помощи Нави. Нет, это не 100%, это любой процент, без гличей.
And so the Dampe race, which is how you get hookshot, you race the Gravedigger in the grave. And the best time that a human can do is 46 seconds. Best time that I've done is 47.
Эта катсцена не пропускается даже в 100%.
And a few people can do 46.
Это обязательно катсцена.
I've never gotten 46, and it's really tough. You need to avoid all the flames, which are completely random in where they drop and when they drop. And also you need really good movement. I think Torja's on the couch gotten 46 a few times, right?
Yeah, 3 times. No, wait, 4? Something like that.
It's actually really hard. Like, I've played a lot of Ocarina of Time, and I also have not gotten a 46. This is the one.
Ну как не применялись? Есть разные скипы. Вот мы первый раз видим Шейка. Кто это? Кто это? Кто это? Кто это? Спрашивает в зале. И кричат догадки из зала. Кто же это? Кто это? Это Пепси Мэн! Может быть, это Пепси Мэн? Кстати, цвета подходят. Окей, продолжим.
I think this screen is one of the most striking images to play casually. If you've never seen this game before.
Да, если вы никогда не играли в эту игру, то достаточно странно видеть мир настолько разрушенным. Симулятор френд-зоны. Да, хороший вариант. Это не скобки, это решетки. Решетки, точнее хэштеги, сохранили мою жизнь. Почти.
Yeah, go for it.
Awesome. We have a $50 donation from Mini Bees. Hey, listen! I have been watching your stream for years. I was there when you won the glitchless world record against Makai, and I will be there when you dethrone Makai again here at GDQ. Danny, keep doing an awesome job and continue to promote speedrunning on the best game ever made. Kill the animals, save the frames. We have a $50 donation from Secretly of Velociraptor. Love Ocarina of Time, love GDQ. Good luck, Danny B. Let's get that Glitch Expo goal met, which we did. And an anonymous $100 donation, donating for more glitches and more animals, ideally saved.
So you notice I use that Poe to
И
kind of
как
boost
только
me off the
мы
grave. As long as I pull the grave for a
отодвигаем
second, it'll keep going even if I get
могилу.
off it. So it lets me get into the grave a little faster.
Она отодвигается
Make your
дальше
Dante
сама.
bits
То
now.
есть нам не нужно больше ничего.
59.
Dang, somebody's got no faith.
No fate. So one thing to watch out for is those
Dam
doors.
5%.
If I happen to get a flame that boosts me back through a door as I'm going through, the game will actually void me out, and that's really not good.
We'll pretend you were on 46 space. That ruined it.
Little trick here. Can jump slash up that ledge. The corners of some ledges are a little messed up in that, like, when you climb, or when you go to climb them, Link just pops up into the air right away. And so that's what happened there. All right, so 49, that's about right. Each flame usually costs about 2 seconds. So one flame, 49, that's about right for,
Yeah.
for me, 47 pace.
49 with the flame is really solid.
And then, like Danny just said about the doors voiding out, if we go through this door right here, past the hookshot chest, you'll be behind 2 Song of Time blocks, which we actually have the Song of Time, so it'd be fine, but it goes to Kakariko Village, and it's kind of slow to go that way.
Yeah, so I'm going to use that on purpose to void out. And go back to the beginning.
И мы сейчас используем возможность что-то вроде телепортации. Зайдем и выйдем. Таким образом пропустим...
Alright, so now for the worst equip in the game. Getting to hookshot here is really annoying.
Не будем ходить по
In Majora's
мельнице
Mask, the way
лишнее
the boss
время.
menu works is each slot is highlightable even if you don't have the item in that slot. In OOT, it's not like that at all. You can only highlight the items that you have. And so if you have very few items, like I do right now, sometimes navigating the menu can be really difficult.
There are certain situations, not in this run, but in speedrunning this game in general, where you won't be able to navigate your menu because you don't have items in the right places, so the cursor can't move correctly.
Alright, so magic is the next stop.
Мы отправляемся, чтобы захватить немножко магии.
That's true. This is the ledge. We just call it the ledge.
There we go. Sometimes that's really annoying.
Yeah.
So if you notice, I just put hookshot in my hand by pressing hookshot and flicking shield to cancel actually pulling out the hookshot. Putting hookshot in my hand now prevents me from having to put it in my hand when I actually need it, which is right about now. So that saves about 2 frames. We call it a quick draw. And I'll be doing it every time I have a chance to pull a weapon early. And if I do that a lot, it'll save actual significant time over the course of the run.
Рассказывает о том, что если положить в руку хук-шот, граппл хук, то я смогу его быстро доставать, чтобы сохранить время. И если я много раз подряд так сделаю, то я сохраню немалое количество времени.
So we're playing on Japanese because it's faster, but on English, there's a weird little thing that part of this text after you get magic is skippable for 1 frame. I don't know why.
Рассказывает, что именно в этом месте мы можем пропустить текст немножко быстрее. Непонятно по какой причине. Вообще, да, немножко вообще не замечал, откуда выходит...
Yeah, not exactly G-rated.
Ну ладно.
Dim polygons.
Ну, Тян топовая, конечно.
Alright, so we're coming up on the second damage boost that we're going to see. I'm going to enter Death
Как бы,
Mountain
да,
Crater from
18
here.
плюс немножко.
And if you're familiar, you might know that you're not really
Треугольники
supposed to
топовые.
get to the other side of the Death Mountain Crater from here. But with the damage boost, we can. It's not that hard. This damage boost is actually really precise, but the setup works perfectly, and it ends up being really, really easy.
It's unfortunate that it's so precise because we've tried to find a faster setup for this, and it just nothing is consistent.
Now, we talked about this a little bit in Jabu, but I'll mention it again since there will be people who are watching who are going to think this is a glitch. And the thing with damage boosts is that the developers made and intended for bombs to push you. Right, the explosion is supposed to throw you through the air. So we're using that intended mechanic in a way they didn't think of, but it's not a glitch.
Yeah, and so that highlights the difference between a glitch and an exploit.
Right.
This is my favorite music in the game.
So Bolero is probably one of the most important songs because warping here allows you to get to Goron City, which in turn allows you to get to the Death Mountain area, or if you use the shortcut, you can get back to Lost Woods. Oh, rip.
Ocarina's hard.
О, сложно, сложно.
And you have C buttons. You have no excuse.
That's true. Yeah, playing songs on the N64 controller is generally easier. If you guys notice, I'm probably playing songs faster than most people are used to, and that's because C buttons are a lot easier to play songs than the C stick on GameCube controller.
So we're about to walk through Goron City to get to Lost Woods, but Darunia's door is actually closed, but that's fine because it doesn't have collision on the side that we're approaching from, and it's the same as Bridge Cliff. You can just walk through it, so there's no big deal.
Yeah, so we're coming up on Ice Cavern, which is one of my favorite places in the run. It's really cool and glitchless. We're gonna abuse the heck out of ice physics. Also another quick draw here. Save the frames.
This is pretty basic movements. I think you have time for some donations, actually.
Ну, поскольку движения очень простые, то мы просто зачитаем донаты.
4 swords and an oracle of ages ago, we encountered Link's awakening. Through a link to the past, we see our hero Don Majora's mask, the Minish cap, and a phantom hourglass. This Wind Waker gazes up at a skyward sword forever looking up to his Twilight Princess. By the Oracle of Seasons, we will never forget his spirit tracks. The adventure of Link will always follow us between our link between worlds. May we always be able to call upon our Triforce hero, our Hyrule warrior, as we face Ganon's wrath. We look forward to a fresh Breath of the Wild, but we will never forget the legend of Zelda and all the memories it holds dear. Thank you, SGDQ, for all the good that you show the world so that we can all someday be heroes to someone in need.
That was an awesome donation.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Нам только что зачитали донат в стихах. Я, наверное, не буду переводить его.
So in the theme of, in the continuing theme of casual players underrating items, Farore's Wind is also very powerful.
Yeah, Farah's Wind is like the bread and butter of glitchless dungeons. In the adult section, we're going to abuse all the dungeons pretty much with Farah's Wind. Fire, water, forest. In Shadow, I'm going to use it once when I don't usually. Spirit is the only one where we don't use Farah's Wind at all.
For anybody out there who doesn't know what Farore's Wind does, it's teleportation magic. So you set it, and then you can use it to move about the dungeon.
Yeah, you can set it. You can only set it in dungeons, so in anything that's considered a dungeon by the game, and then you can only use it again in dungeons. So you can warp between, or warp inside the same dungeon or between dungeons, actually.
Yeah, so you set one warp point, and the warp point gets set in the room you're currently in from the door you entered from. And then at any point while you're in a dungeon, you can go back to that one warp point. Or you can clear it and set a new one if you want.
Это не глич, это так усмотренно игрой, что просто задам двигаться
We needed
быстрее.
magic before we got this, because if you go to any of the fairy fountains that give you these magic spells, before you get magic, it just won't do anything.
Alright, small swim, and then one of the best parts of the run, in my opinion.
Definitely.
We have a $150 donation from Scald with a really good suggestion. Maybe Sheik is the owl.
Ooh.
I hadn't thought of that, actually.
We need to find some chic skips now.
Yep.
Alright, so in particular, the last room of Ice Cavern is pretty cool in glitchless. But it's all pretty
Достаточно
fun, it's all
крутая и интересная ледяная пещера, ледяной данж в этой категории.
bombs, no bombs.
И нам нужны были бы бомбы с них, но они
Those guys
что-то
have a
не
small chance of
бросают
dropping
их.
bombs.
So we're collecting these rupees to open this door up here. To go to the back room and collect blue fire.
So one thing I need to pay attention to is Fire Temple's coming up next. And Fire Temple, like we said, has the whole health aspect where I'm not going to get the Goron Tunic. And so all the heat timers in all those rooms are going to be based on how much health I have. So I'm going to try to maintain high health here, even though it's really hard with all the ice enemies.
There's a little more camera manipulation in this room.
Здесь можно будет манипулировать камерой в некоторых местах.
Nice, made that jump. Sometimes he grabs that ledge, and it means you're almost certainly going to get hit by the ice keys.
И если бы мы схватились сейчас
But
за
if you make it up that ledge without grabbing, you can get away.
Nice.
за край, то мы бы точно упали из-за того, что у нас летело.
Don't do it! No! Oh, wow.
Да.
So powerful.
Та самая летучая мышь.
So yeah, elemental keys are the worst enemies in every game ever.
All right, so this room coming up is the fun one. There's this really big block puzzle to get more silver rupees in order to leave the room, but I'm not going to push any of the blocks.
Nope.
I will climb on one time, though.
This first one you can just jump to. And then right here, we're going to get an angle. And then...
Nice.
So you build
Он
up
встает в
momentum-
определенном углу. И
So you build up momentum by backwalking, and then the way the ledges work
при
is
помощи
you
льда
jump off of them in whatever direction
сохранил
it is
движение
you're going.
и
And right there, because he's kind of
заставил
going up,
запрыгнуть
thinks he's
чуть,
going forward.
прыгнуть чуть-чуть
So he's
выше.
going backwards towards the ledge, and then walks forward.
Так же, как и здесь.
Oh
О,
my God.
это было близко.
That was supposed to be a quick spin. That was almost disaster, because if I had actually gone in there, that would have sent me back to the beginning of Ice Cavern. Everything would have already been done, but I still would have had to traverse it again. Can you climb that, please? That would be nice.
There we go.
All right, so getting up here is the final little challenge. There we go. All right, so messy room. Those keys were not very nice to me, but that's okay. It's mostly RNG. I didn't handle it the best, but luck could have definitely been nicer. So I'm gonna get these 2 heart pots just to fill up for Fire Temple. And then this fight is really hard.
В очередной раз он сохранил урон
Best boss.
под меч.
So that guy,
Eh.
Wolfos in general, actually take double damage if you hit them in the butt. So If you can stun them
Плюс
around fast
механика
enough,
того,
you
что
can do fast.
если ударить волка под зад,
So we get a
то
cutscene here, so more donations are cool.
он получит двойной урон.
Certainly, we have a $512
И поскольку
donation
это
from J.
гличлес,
Broman.
мы будем просматривать
Yeah,
еще
that's good.
и
Donations
эту
are good.
катсцену.
Had to donate during the Ocarina of Time run. I'm going to take the announcer's recommendation and put this towards the Pokemon Blue reverse badge order run. And I read that so I can give you an update. We still need just under $39,000 for that. So let's keep going. We do have another big donation though, a $1,000 donation.
Еще 1000 положили нам.
This one's from Rhea C. Although I'm only a recent viewer of GDQs, I've been entranced by it far more than is good for my health. Thank you all for your hard work in creating these fantastic streams. Blue is the superior color of most anything, so please put this towards reverse badging the blues. I concur.
One exception. Tunics. Blue tunic, worst tunic.
Give you that
Best
one.
tunic.
We have a $200 anonymous donation. So glad the glitch exhibition, sorry announcer, got met. Rip my sleep schedule. And hey, I said it right that time because I practiced it in my head.
So this room is really
В
cool.
очередной раз люди
Against the
жалуются на
wall.
то, что
Nintendo just decided to go a little bit crazy, but it's really pretty.
I think you're supposed to be inside of a crystal or something, but
на то, что
In the beta version of this room, there's actually a gigantic throne made of
Мы
red ice in
испортили
place of where that treasure chest is. It's really
сон.
Alright, Fire Temple. So you notice the timer on the screen right now? That's because this room is considered hot. And the way that works is you get 1 second per quarter heart.
Per eighth.
Per eighth, sorry, yeah. So 8 seconds per full heart. And it's for filled up hearts, not heart containers. So health management will come into play.
And for the majority of the rooms, it's really not too big a deal. The timers
Мы
aren't
приходим
super threatening,
в этот данж.
but
Данж
there's
Горонов
one really
во
big
второй
Fire
раз.
Temple where it can be close,
Нам нужно
and
помочь им и
at the
спасти их.
very end, when we fight Volvagia, it can be quite scary. We need enough time
Но
to complete
король
that fight.
Городов пытается
Hopefully it's a
решить
pretty cool way to
эти
be
проблемы
here,
сам
but, or him, I'm not sure.
и
But
говорит
we'll
о том,
explain
что,
that when it comes to it.
что
So we have to collect these
справится
tokens
сам
from these
и
trapped
просит
Goron
нас не следовать за
while
ним.
not talking to the Goron because they talk for a
И
long
мы вообще не будем
Yeah, something
разговаривать
I
с
didn't know
Горонами,
when I played this casually is you totally
освобождая
don't
их из
talk to these
клетки.
guys.
They're perfectly capable of finding the exit by themselves.
Потому что это тратит наше время.
More jump slash for extra distance. So this is the large room that
И это огромная комната.
timer is important. This one and the next one.
So one thing that is interesting about the timer is that if you pull out a cutscene item midair, or if you try to, like Ocarina, or a bottled item, or Din's Fire, or Fair's Wind, anything that starts a cutscene when you press it, it actually pauses the timer until you hit the ground. And I'm not sure why that is. Maybe the game's trying to queue up the cutscene, but you can use that to extend your time a little bit. So camera manipulation here.
Нам нужно манипулировать камерой, чтобы движение вот этих вот платформ было другое, правильное, подходящее нам. Еще раз, почему это происходит? Все потому что, когда мы не смотрим вперед, пока мы не смотрим вперед, прогрузка вещей, прогрузка карты работает немножко по-другому. Загружается дольше.
So when he jumps off this ledge, watch the timer.
Watch the timer here. I'm going to press Fair's Wind. It disappears until I hit the ground. One thing to know, though, is that the moment you press a cutscene item midair, you can't actually change your momentum anymore, and you're locked to whatever path you had. So if you need to curve a jump at all, you shouldn't do that.
So So this is where if things were to go wrong and get messy, the timer could potentially be scary. He has plenty of time, but if he missed that jump or if the keys messed with him or something strange, this would be where trouble would come in.
That jump right there is where most people learn about the cutscene momentum thing.
Yeah, because I need to hold back to land on that block. So if I were to press Farrah's Wind, I would get locked jumping really far forward and miss.
Alright, so there's another theme in this run that we don't like block puzzles, so we're not going to do this one either.
Nice.
So it gets right on the edge and then jumps and curves it back. This boulder maze is kind of interesting because with proper movement you can get through it cleanly. Like the cycles all work out.
Kind of like that.
Yep. More keys.
So you gotta be careful when I'm rolling.
Очень интересный
sills,
данж.
because if I roll at the wrong
Продолжаем
time,
смотреть
it's
его.
Goron instead, and all those Gorons talk for like at least
Она в очередной раз напоминает нам о том, что мы не
really
будем
bad to
разговаривать с
skip
городом.
or really bad to talk to them. Because there are what, 8 that I talk to? I think I skipped 1.
Yeah, I think you skipped one. Yeah, the one on top of the boulder maze.
So, health management, but I'm running through lava. It's generally okay to lose some health here because we're coming up on a section where we can refill. And the lava is by far the shortest path through that room.
Yeah, and something interesting about health is that if you're on fire, there's a thing you can get called glitched health, where you actually have 8s of hearts, which it doesn't show in the game, but can actually happen. But that affects the timer since it runs on 8s.
So that big fence there, no one wants to climb it. So Farrah's Wind is a really good way to skip it.
That came about with the recent route change with SaveWorks.
Отличный скип при помощи бомбы и использование сейф-ворпа. Такая вот тема. Такая вот магия. Мы сэкономили огромное количество времени. Секунд 15 точно.
I'm gonna get this heart. Normally I would skip it, but I want to be full health. Make sure I'm
Мы
full
хотим
health at
быть
the end.
полной жизнью.
So this next room is pretty interesting. These firewalls aren't the best.
They're awful. They're programmed really badly. They're too far from the walls.
Эта игра очень популярна в Америке и в Европе. Она, естественно, вовсе не популярна в России, поэтому... Да, никто вас не заставляет смотреть. Проскочил через огонь.
So sorry to anybody who spent hours of their childhood stuck in that maze.
Мини-босс.
Bomb count's kind of low.
И у нас
At the end of
маловато
this
бомб.
dungeon, there's a chest with 20 bombs in it. I usually skip it.
И у нас в конце этого подземелья будет возможность поднять 20 бомб. И обычно он пропускает его, эту возможность. Ну, я вам скажу, что я играл в эту игру, и для меня это классная игра. Она действительно интересна. Для спидрана Glitchless Any% слабоват. Неинтересная категория, не знаю, зачем вообще ее выбрали. Сама Зельда интересна, а вот эта категория нет. Но некоторые катсцены, которые мы не увидели бы, простых забегах, как любой процент и 100%, или забег на все подземелья. Вы все так же не увидели, а в Glitchless, без багов, есть возможность увидеть интересные катсцены.
Sometimes slow is fast. So coming up is something interesting that I think it's the first instance of, where we're going to jump slash the hammer through this block, and there's a switch on the other side of it. This is actually completely intended. There are places such as Spirit Trial and Water
Сейчас
Temple where
он
there
нажал на
are
кнопку,
walls that
не
just have a
пропивая
bar
песню
pushed
времени.
through, but it's a
И
whole
вполне,
wall,
это
and
вполне
you're meant to
нормально.
slash through them, so we can just slash through any wall we want.
Это вполне
So
нормально.
that's the save warp, the second one of 3 in this run.
И
We're
это
gonna get back to the
сейф-телепорт,
beginning of Fire Temple this way.
то есть телепорт при помощи сохранения.
We used to use Fora's Wind to get back to the beginning of Fire Temple, but with save warps being included, it's faster to use the save warp here and use Fora's Wind, where you saw us use it to skip climbing up that giant fence wall.
So hopefully it doesn't happen, but this next room shows that torch slugs are terrible.
Torch slugs and fire keys, the best room in all of Zelda.
Yep.
Notice me, please. Oh my god, okay. Wow.
И необходимо уничтожить всех врагов в этой комнате, поэтому просил их заметить его.
Sometimes the enemies just go to every single corner of the room.
И бывает, что враги разбегаются по всей комнате. Их никак не собрать.
And so if you happen to put out one of their fires and not actually kill them, then they just scatter and it's really bad. So you notice also that I'm using, instead of the hookshot here, because I don't have it equipped, I'm using the earthquake thing when you stab a wall with a hammer.
Ну, я вообще никогда не видел такого. Он нам рассказывает о том, что сейчас мы экономим время, мы не заходим в инвентарь и не берем хук-шот, а просто бьем молотом об стену. И оказывается, это тоже работает. Никогда не знал об этом. И поскольку нам не упали бомбы, придется поднять этот сундук с бомбами.
So 20 is very comfortable.
Yeah, when I started watching Glitchless and trying to run it myself, the one thing I noticed was that bomb count was really tight, which coming from glitched runs is usually.
Если вдруг вы захотите спидранить Glitchless процент, в чем я бы вас не поддержал, то вам будет необходимо следить за количеством бомб, которое у вас в инвентаре, поскольку оно сильно ограничено.
There's plenty of glitch ways to get over there. You can use hover boots if you have hover boots early, but it's actually really easy to avoid all of that.
So we just jump straight up, which is not what you're supposed to do at all.
100% глитчес не существует такой категории. Вот мы добрались до босса. И его мы убивать так же, как и во всех других категориях. Поскольку хитбокс босса находится под ареной, непонятно по какой причине.
So if you notice, when I entered the room, I think I had 37 seconds. So I have to beat this boss and enter the blue warp within 37 seconds.
Yeah, we're gonna need some audio cues, so keep it kind of quiet.
Если что, отсчет секунд. Это отсчет секунд до того момента, как мы получим инста-смерть. Поскольку мы не в костюме Горана, не в красном костюме.
Are actually two completely distinct entities with two distinct hitboxes. And the one that flies, its hitbox is stored underneath the last hole it flew into. And in the beginning of the fight, in the cutscene, it always flies into that first hole that you saw me bombing. Also, I'm just gonna talk to Navi about this so the warp can load around me and I won't take lava damage. So yeah, so what I was doing there was bombing that hole in between cycles of playing Whack-A-Mole. And if you can get 7 bombs in within 3 cycles of Whack-A-Mole, you'll have done enough damage to kill it without ever flying. And if it does fly, then you're completely screwed because you don't have enough time to kill it without the Goron Tunic. But yeah, it's
Если вдруг
not a glitch because there's a
наш
hitbox there, and
дракон
you can hit it.
взлетит.
So just because you're not supposed to know it's there, it doesn't mean you can't hit it.
And there are some subtleties that happen with that fight as well. For example, when you're
То
doing the
мы
first
проиграем
bombs,
эту
if you
битву,
bomb too quickly,
и
it can cause a fly
это
cycle.
как
If
минимум
Danny B
резет
hits
в
Volvagia's
простом ранее,
head after
а
crouch stabbing it,
в
with a sword
забеге
or with
на
a bomb,
марафоне
that
это
can cause a fly cycle.
потеря,
So
наверное,
depending upon
минут
which hole
2.
Volvagia comes out of, you have to be very careful with your bomb placement so that you don't accidentally cause damage to the hitbox you don't want to.
And also, of course, it's always possible for her to pop up in the same hole that I'm trying to bomb, and that can be a real pain. And so that can happen. If it happens in the first 2 cycles, you sort of have to place the bombs, walk around to the middle of the room to stun her facing the middle, so that you can go back around and bomb behind her so that the bomb doesn't hit her face, which would cause a fly cycle. So there's a lot to learn in that fight, but once you get it down, it's not that bad.
We've actually had a request. Since it's been a while since the run started, we've had a request to reintroduce the couch crew.
Sure.
Нас просят
So, this is Monkley.
обновить.
I am Jethro TV.
I am Torjay.
And I'm Datsu.
Обновить в памяти имена наших людей на диване. Но поскольку я вообще ни одного из них не знаю, не знаю, насколько они важны, то я даже забыл их имена, к сожалению.
So one more thing about the Volvagia fight is that in glitched runs, a lot of times you'll see them do a wrong warp out of that room, and that requires some extra time on the timer. So generally you need 5 hearts to complete that room in glitched runs. But in glitchless, we can do it in 4 hearts, and even a tiny bit less. 3 7/8 is possible.
So until recently, this wasn't allowed for some reason, but you can just jump over my death.
Раньше нельзя было по какой-то причине перепрыгивать через Майда, но сейчас можно.
Yeah, you're supposed to play Saria's song so he moves out of the way, but that's slow.
И если вы попробуете сделать это сами, то это будет не так просто на самом деле. Майдо достаточно противный альф. Ему необходимо было сейчас настроить идеальный угол, настроить идеальную позицию и просто прыгнуть. Всего-то. И таким образом он забрался.
But the camera turns at a different speed than Link, so he'll turn a whole bunch or a little bit and then cancel it, and Link only moves fractions of an angle.
And right before that happened, he actually backflipped over a Navi text trigger.
Yep.
So it's another example of all these little things going on that you might not actually notice.
Music's so good. So Forest Temple, which is the one we're about to do, underwent a route change just like 3 or 4 months ago. We actually found a 10 seconds faster route through this dungeon, which is really unusual for glitchless, because usually unless you're changing the rules,
найти идеальную
it makes pretty
дорогу.
set
До сих пор
stone
пытаемся
as far as
найти
what you
идеальную
can do.
дорогу в этом данже.
But we found a way to use Farah's Wind.
И в некоторых местах используем
Ocarina is still hard.
ветер фей. Это такая магия, которая телепортирует нас
But yeah, we can use Farah's Wind in a certain way
на
to
то
skip,
место,
or to
где
get
мы
an
ее
early
использовали.
key, along with crazy jump slash recoil to get to a place early.
И нашли более быструю дорогу на 10 секунд.
I wish we could do that with deck units.
Just disappear.
Yeah.
hookshotting is hard too, almost as hard as Ocarina.
You'd actually be surprised. There's a lot of aiming in this run, and you could literally lose minutes to aiming.
И именно в этом забеге очень много прицеливания. И можно потерять немало времени, переприцеливаясь хукшотом.
Fun fact about those wolfos that are below Danny B right now. If you drop a bomb, they're actually afraid of it. So if you're trying to climb the vines and they're swiping at you, you can drop a bomb to cover yourself. And they'll run away, and you can climb them.
Yeah.
Is that true of all wolfos?
I don't know.
Yeah, I've never tried it except with those two.
So if you notice, I just did a jump slash right there. This cutscene that happens is on a timer after you enter the room. And so after a certain point, Link will just stop moving. But if I jump slash right before the cutscene starts, the jump slash is able to complete while the cutscene is going. And so I can get just a little bit of extra distance and end up on these stairs instead of before them. So now for Stalfos. Stalfos are really fun. I actually really like fighting Stalfos.
I think you're the only one.
So Stalfos fights are a little bit tough. That actually went really well so far.
Dang.
There we go.
That was a
Not
good
bad.
fight. So we want to crouch stab them because we're still doing that stored damage. We're doing 4 damage per crouch stab. But because they're running around you in circles and because they have shields, it can be difficult to land those hits. So because of that, it's actually really nice if Stalfos are aggressive. If they're jump slashing towards you, they
Нам очень
expose
важно,
themselves,
чтобы
and
эти
crouch
большие
stab
скелеты
really
были
easily.
более агрессивны.
So even though jump
И
slashing
в таком
Stalfos might
случае,
seem
после того,
scary,
как они
it's sort of a nice thing.
прыгают,
So
в атаке,
generally, before we found
мы сможем их
Restream,
атаковать,
we
потому
would
что
gone
тогда
and
они
placed on
снимают
time to
щит,
get rid of
пока
that
они
sonic
прыгают в
block,
атаке.
and gone to the courtyard room to get the key that's
Действительно,
at the bottom of the well
большинство
here. That's not
прохождений
gonna happen. We're
игры
actually gonna
без
get straight to the
глючей
block puzzle.
достаточно...
And I know we've said earlier that block puzzles are annoying, and
Ну
we're gonna
как,
skip most
большинство,
of them
наверное, не
because
знаю
we
точно.
believe
Есть некоторые
the
интересные
way
игры,
some
наверное,
of those
Мегамен
games
проходится интересно.
And it is, of course,
Что-то
the
вроде
longest
те
one
игры, как Соник,
that would be
где
play.
нужно делать много серьезных,
Time for donations, actually.
We actually
серьезно
have a
крутых и
question,
правильных движений
so
по
I'll
карте.
just do that time to work with that.
That guy 183 donated $15 to ask question for the Zelda Ocarina of Time speedrunners. I've noticed there have been some exploits being used. What qualifies this run as a glitchless any percent versus a glitched any percent?
Right, so we explained this earlier, and it's sort of that this run has such a, or this game has such a spectrum of things that you can and can't do. And it's really impossible to have like a one-line set definition of what is or isn't a glitch. And so the runners of this category just sort of got together and drew a line and said everything on this side is a glitch, everything on that side isn't. And if you place everything
Те,
on
кто
the
проходит
spectrum,
эту игру, сами договариваются
generally
между
a
собой,
pretty good
какой
line
трюк
where,
будет
things of greater magnitude
считаться
are glitches,
гличом
things
и запрещенным
that are pretty simple are
в гличе с любой процент,
And
а
there's
какой трюк будет
a paste bin
считаться
on the FAQ page of the
вполне
channel that
легальным.
lists all the things that you can and can't do in this run if you're curious.
One way of looking at it is to think about the mechanics and try and imagine what mechanics the developers of the game intended you to use. So you've seen us do damage boosts. The developers intended for bombs to boost you through the air. What they didn't intend is things like mega side hops, where we use our shield and some very precise backwards
Что-то
timing,
проиграл
or
с
side hop timing to fly
Джек the
backwards
Водолей
through the air. Alright, they didn't want that to happen.
коммента.
Yeah, so generally, if you create a
Я
new
еще
mechanic,
такого варианта
it's
не
a glitch.
слышал.
If you use a mechanic that's a part of the game normally to do something that's unintended, then it's an exploit.
And that question specifically asked the difference between like glitchless any percent and regular glitched any percent. If you haven't seen glitched any percent, go check that out, and you will see just how powerful glitches can be and what sort of things have been banned.
So jump slash recoil I mentioned earlier. This is the reason why this dungeon is 10 seconds faster. Get to there really early. And that allows us to get this key in here way earlier than we're supposed to.
Yeah, there's something interesting on that jump slash recoil as well, and we're going to see it again later. That Link's head can kind of get stuck in ceilings, and so he gets a little bit of extra distance from that.
We call that anti-grav, and it's the or anti-gravity, I guess, and it's the reason why B1 skip and take a tree works. And this magic drop, if it lands on the chest, is going to be really annoying. Okay, good.
for whatever reason, you can't pick up items that are on top of chests. Unless you jump on top of the chest. But.
A little something interesting here with this chest. Danny B's going to put on iron boots, and if he were to just stand in front of this chest, he wouldn't be able to open it. But he's going to hookshot into it and spam A.
Вообще этот сундук нельзя открыть, но если использовать хукшот прямо к этому сундуку, то мы сможем его открыть. Не, я перевожу. Ну, тут большая часть просто болтовня.
I don't know why it works, and I'm not sure if anyone knows exactly why it works. So, because there's sort of that murkiness about
то самое использование телепорта.
Because it doesn't really skip much, and it's not that important. But
yeah, if that was like a major skip, there would probably be a lot more discussion about it.
My hypothesis for that is there's some sort of animation thing going on, because if you hookshot low enough, he doesn't do his little floaty I'm sinking animation.
All right, Deconuts.
Maybe we don't know.
Deconuts are really strong. Oh, whoops. Nice. So aggressive is good, like Jethro said. When they jump slash you, you can stab them much easier.
And he uses Force Wind right there, because getting Force Wind animation going while the platform dropping animation is also going is efficient.
So I said I like fighting Stalfos. I'm not liking it too much right now. Okay, not awful.
It's not as noticeable on the Wii, but on N64, those Stalfos dying creates a absolute ton of lag. Also, this chest is floating.
Floating. It's really strange, but it's not actually perfectly on the ground.
I think that's the only one like that as well.
So you notice that green ball of light, that's the marker for having a Farah's Wind warp point set in that room. So I'll return to that room later via Farah's Wind.
So he's about to have to fight this Poe. And the way Poes work is kind of interesting.
Да, гуси умерли.
You can one cycle it there. Right after its invincibility frames wear off and right before it disappears, you have like 2 frames or so.
У нас есть где-то 2 кадра, чтобы попасть в призрака перед тем, как он получит неуязвимость.
Make it reappear immediately instead of spinning at you with its torch. So again, Deconuts being really powerful.
Skip some Navi text right there.
В очередной раз пропускаем текст с Нави.
You can actually skip the text that he got earlier in this twisted hallway, but since we have to walk back through it, it's not worth skipping it.
And basically, you would skip them just by moving around them. They plop these Navi text triggers in the middle of the hallway where they figure you'll be, but they didn't make them wide enough to cover the whole thing.
Nice.
So if you're just smart about it, you literally walk right past them.
Another one of those 0 speed rolls going off the ledge.
I had to be a little extra careful with that one, because if I just dropped off the ledge, I might have fallen down that hole in the floor, and that would have been really terrible.
Да, с прыжками нужно быть осторожным именно в этой комнате, если я промахнусь.
Jump slash recoil was discovered that saved 10 seconds. I would have fallen down
that hole before
I got the floor master key then, but because we already got it, we get to cash in on that time save by using Farah's Wind much earlier.
Second try Poe.
See if we can get the fast cycle here.
Yep.
Надеюсь, получим быстрый цикл.
Nice.
Отлично.
Don't need that chest.
The map or the compass?
That's the compass.
Compass.
So there's a Navi trigger here as well, but if I roll upright, I can just barely avoid it and also make it to here.
Да, в Зельде не было мимиков, это, конечно. Вот если бы в Зельде были мимики. Прикольно.
If you move backwards right after you trigger it, you can trigger it a second time. And I didn't know that back in the day. And so I have a highlight on my channel of me just getting hit by it, moving backwards to try to set up the jump again, but getting hit by it again. And then I moved forward to try to do the jump, getting hit by it again, moving backwards to try to set up the jump again, and I get hit by it again 4 times in a row, and I just rage quit the run.
Рано нам рассказывает о своих неудачах. В то время как бывает у него. Какие у него бывают вообще?
Weird camera there.
Now he's gonna try something. He's gonna try to side hop off of this chest.
That didn't work.
Nope. You can side hop onto and off of that chest.
Он рассказывает, что можно запрыгнуть на этот сундук и при помощи того, как ты запрыгнул на этот сундук, запрыгнуть на падающую платформу и добраться до двери быстрее. И если что, кто не был в этой комнате никогда, то если на тебя падает потолок, ты умираешь моментально. Одно из хороших показателей — это 26 секунд на таймере. Есть интересная стратегия для уничтожения этого босса. И она не сработала. Печаль. Но достаточно быстро.
That Poe was supposed to wedge itself between the pot and the wall, and it would have been stuck like right there.
Вообще, этот призрак мог застрять между глиняным горшком и стеной и крутился бы там, тогда бы было бы легко его уничтожить. Отлично. Да, это не самый успешный раннер.
She takes way too long to spawn.
Очень простая драка, и тут ничего интересного. Не, он уложится в 3:45.
Got that arrow drop. Sometimes when you shoot that Poe, the 4 ghosts converge on you instead of like flying backwards with the recoil of the arrow. And that time it converged on me at the same time as I was gonna get the item drop, and so that's really good because when that happens, you get arrows right away.
Estimate 3:45. Нужно пройти до 3:45. И у нас так много донатов. Если что, за 2 часа Зельды нам задонатили 40 тысяч. И это огромное количество денег. И еще 1000 положили на счет. От капитана Рейнольдса.
Legend of Zelda was the first game I ever played when I was 5, and I fell in love immediately. I just drained about 1/5 of my bank account to make this donation.
Я только что отдал 1/5 своего банковского счета, чтобы отдать, передать вам эти деньги.
Alright, so this is Phantom Ganon. This is by far my least favorite boss in this run. Doing Phantom Ganon glitchless is super annoying. This guy, once you get past the painting phase, when you play tennis, sometimes his magic energy balls just fly off in a completely random direction when you return them with your sword.
Бывает магия Теноса, мимика Геннона. Разлетаются в абсолютно разные стороны, но мы будем надеяться, что ничего плохого в этой драке не случится.
And generally it takes 6 crouch stabs, correct,
so,
to kill
yep.
him. And if Danny B does 5 crouch stabs but doesn't get the 6th, his Phantom Ganon's behavior will change. He starts doing different attacks, and he also becomes like a tennis champion.
Yeah.
And the fight really becomes difficult. So Danny B's gonna be careful to
Необходимо нанести 6 ударов в приседе,
Similar to Meg, we get the question a lot. How do you know which one's the real one? He's
чтобы
shiny,
уничтожить
and he
этого
also makes sound.
клона.
So
Мимика.
like that.
Yep.
Да, вот то, о чем он говорил.
Ganon being Phantom Ganon.
Он отбивает пулю, и она по какой-то причине не понятно куда летит. Если он не ложится в 6 ударов, то...
Okay, good.
Ну ладно. Неважно тогда. Могло пойти все намного хуже.
So the first energy ball missing, I had nothing to do with that. There's really no way to prevent that from happening. What I try to do to mitigate that, though, is stand really close to him, so even if the energy ball goes off in an errant direction, it doesn't have enough distance between it and Phantom Ganon to get far enough off path. But sometimes it just gets so far off path that it misses anyway.
And it is actually possible to one-cycle that boss glitchless, but it is extremely difficult.
Yeah. Japanese runner by the name of Bell, who had the world record before we changed the route with new rules, and currently has 3rd place, is really good at that fight. And he can do the one cycle pretty consistently. But he's the only one that does that.
You'll notice that we're not picking up heart containers anymore either. Danny B has enough health to deal with the only remaining heart-dependent things, which would be Fire Trial at the very end of the run.
Yeah, I will pick up one more heart container in Water Temple for safety in Shadow Temple later, because in Shadow Temple I'm going to be losing a lot of intentional health. And by the time I get to Bongo in a run where I'm not using Marathon safe strats, I'm very often at less than 1 heart, Bongo being the boss of Shadow Temple. So I'm going to get an extra heart container and also go super safe in Shadow to prevent losing too much health. But that's not for a little while. Right now we got Water Temple coming up after this cutscene, and Water Temple is a really, really cool dungeon in Glitchless, because if you think Water Temple and you think Glitchless, you're probably groaning in your head thinking back to your childhood, but
Данж, водяной
it's
данж.
actually extremely broken.
Очень
with Ferris
интересен.
Wheel.
And precise jumps.
Они пытаются привлечь внимание
So we're about to
к
talk
своей
to
категории.
Dick here for a
Но
minute or two, so we can get some more
мне
donations
кажется, в
before I get to water.
100% забеге он намного
Certainly, we
интереснее.
actually have a
Стоп.
donation related to that. Zimzal donated $50 to say, "This is my favorite Zelda game. I can't wait to see this glitchless run and all the pain it as it took me months to get past the dreaded Water Temple." Very topical there. I don't know how much we want to accept this donation. Is from King Joffrey. He, he donated $200 to say, "Good work killing that wolf from the ice caverns. Kill the animals."
Вот и телепорт.
Gotta love Game of Thrones. We have a $513 donation from Corvo. First time seeing this category of OOT, and glad I can experience this during such an awesome event. Good luck to Danny B for the rest of the run.
Thank you.
Let's see. We have a $50 donation from Cranberry91. I've been wanting to donate, but I've been waiting to donate, but I wanted to do it during one of my favorite games. So glad I now know a way to make my time with Rudo much, much shorter. Thanks for the fantastic run. A $50 donation from Simply Minty. I was stuck on Goron Mountain when I was young, and it took me 4 years before I picked the game back up, passed the puzzle, and realized what a masterpiece Ocarina of Time was. Good luck to Danny on the speedrun. Since we are donating to help save lives, makes sense to save the animals. A $100 donation from Paul Strobel. Save the animals, kill the cuckoos. A $100 donation from Corgi Dude 429. Hooray for Ocarina of Time, my absolute favorite game. This is my first time getting to watch live, but I love watching old runs. Happy to donate to such a great cause.
All right, so the first thing you'll notice about this Water Temple segment is that
Первое, что я хотел бы
we're gonna be
сказать
swimming with iron boots on, which
ранее
generally isn't
в
supposed to be
водяном
a
храме.
thing. Not right here, but when I get inside. So normally what happens with iron boots is you sink straight down like this, and you have no control. You just go in a straight line, straight down.
И мы не имеем никакого контроля,
If you hold
когда
target when you equip iron boots and continue to
одеваем
hold target after equipping them,
железные ботинки под водой.
this roll go a little longer.
То есть мы просто падаем
You can
камнем
continue
на
swimming
дно.
on the way down, so you'll see that here.
Но есть возможность изменить это, если зажать
Held target
кнопку
there. Unpause and continue to hold target, and then I can swim on the way down and direct my fall.
кнопку
And
прицеливания.
this makes it a lot
И
nicer
можно плавать в
to
таком
deal with
случае.
iron boots. So if you look at the timer, I have 32 seconds left. Switch to Kokiri boots, and the timer disappears. For some reason, when you switch boots underwater, Link is able to take a breath, and your timer gets to reset once.
И вот она, принцесса, подросла. А Линк вообще должен стоять в этот момент,
Again, I
но
don't
он
have the tunic
плывет.
for this dungeon. I don't have water tunic or Zora tunic. And this swim is actually, I think, the longest swim in the dungeon. And because you get to switch boots there, you only need like one quarter hearts to survive this swim. 10 seconds is enough.
Your water temple is fast and furious right off the bat after this cutscene.
So there are 6 keys in Water Temple. I will only be getting 4 of them. And actually, I will only change the water level 2 times.
И нам нужно
And
6
I will
ключей,
only- I
чтобы
will never
закончить
enter
этот
the central
данж,
tower.
это подземелье.
So that's just a little bit of a preview.
Мы больше не будем заходить в
So the very first thing I'm
эту
going to do here
башню.
is get an early key. If you notice on the way when I was floating up, there's
И
a bombable
нам
wall.
нужно всего лишь 2 раза изменить
And
уровень
that
воды.
bombable wall is reachable.
So a tiny setup. And then buffers an untargeted side hop so you can retarget that wall, and it changes your momentum.
And again, we overlap the Forest Wind cutscene with the bomb going off.
That
А
wall will blow
пока
up in
бомба
seconds.
пытается взорваться, мы
Small
используем,
optimizations just to be efficient.
мы
6 seconds
используем
everyone.
ветер
Yep.
телепорт.
So that key is super early now. I wasn't supposed to have that.
And that Feroz one goes back to the very beginning.
Но это не полное прохождение, а скорее всего прохождение любого процента. Это так.
Okay, those clams can be pretty trolly. Alright, so now I have 2 keys. Pretty early. So now what I want to do is, I want to
У
raise
меня
the
два
water level
ключа.
back to the top. I'm not supposed to be able to do that, but that doesn't
Нам
matter.
нужно поднять воду до самого верха. Я вообще не должен
There's a really
мочь
long
это
setup
делать.
I
И
can actually
сейчас он
get
встает
back
в
to the
правильный
top
угол.
level.
Нужно подняться на самый верх.
And then, once I'm here,
Здесь мы снова используем
Do this.
буст. А, нет,
Nice.
не буст. Настолько, поскольку
now I
это
have
достаточно
2
близко.
keys. The water level is
Я,
back
кстати,
to
в
the
детстве
top.
тоже пытался допрыгнуть, но
And
ни
that's
разу
all I
не
need to get
получилось.
for the long shot. So we're already halfway done.
Yeah, you may be going.
В
Wait,
прицеливании мы
just
можем
left out on the
бежать
edge right
и
you can
использовать
actually just grab
прыжок.
that ledge if you go far enough to the left, but it's kind of
Вот и
precise.
всё.
So instead we just jump slash off of the little slope.
And all we did was jump and then jump slash.
Exactly,
You
yeah.
know, nothing, no unintended mechanics there, so not a glitch at all.
And then with the hook shot thing, you can barely reach that hook shot point, which is what the long setup was for.
Dang. You can get the fast cycle in this room if you are really fast. But
Можно
it's hard.
получить быстрый цикл в этой комнате, если
So I'm gonna set Ferris Wind
ты
here.
не
be able
Mozilla,
to get back to the main room
как наш
via this
спидранер.
room from pretty deep into the dungeon later. So I've had to manage my magic pretty well because there's a lot of Ferris Wind in this dungeon and I don't have enough for another.
Ключи
So if I hadn't been
это
managing my magic properly, I wouldn't have been able to do that.
вещи в игре, которые не должны быть в игре.
Right
And
here.
skip a little cycle here.
You can just jump slash around. It's coming up as Dark Link, the bane of many casual players.
Если встать вплотную к
And the way
этой
Dark Link works
поднимающейся
is
платформе,
he has the
то
same amount of health as you do, kind of. His health is based on your maximum hearts, so
То
he takes the
прицелившись
same number of
хукшотом,
Master Sword slashes as you have hearts, which is 6.
нас поднимет на ней. Нам не нужно будет даже двигаться или
And this
запрыгивать
is
на
how we
нее.
fight him.
Сейчас у нас будет сражение с темным ликом. У него столько же хп, сколько и у
So for
нас.
anybody who's totally unfamiliar with Dark Link that might be watching,
И
what happens is that
это-
he sort of mirrors your movements, and it can make him quite challenging
В
to
чем
hit.
интерес этой битвы? В том,
But
что
obviously
она
for
действительно
Danny
очень
B,
сложная,
you
когда
can get
проходишь
him
ее
with the
казуально.
sort of backslash on the Master Sword there.
И темный линк это, скажем, прообраз того, что Линк уже умер. И это Линк из будущего, который умер. Сражается с нашим Линком. Ну, это плот-твист легкий.
So I think there's another Navi text down here.
Yeah, right at the edge of this water, there's a Navitex trigger, but I can avoid it by jumping off at the corner.
И поскольку мы делаем атаку, которая атакует с плеча сзади, ну, то есть из-за нас, из-за плеча, то также атакует и темный линк, поскольку он копирует наши движения абсолютно. То он не успевает по нам попасть.
I haven't
А
seen
мы
that for a long
успеваем.
time.
О,
Don't do it.
если бы он сейчас еще провалился,
Alright, we're good.
да, было бы вообще классно.
That could have been really bad. That was supposed to happen the first time.
Вот как это должно
You
было
actually just long
выглядеть.
shot that chest, but it's faster to jump slash.
It's faster when you don't fail it.
Exactly.
Alright, so now for the snipe.
Время быть снайпером
First try.
с первого раза. Я не знаю, как это вообще ошибиться можно.
And what he just did there was jumped into the water, and the height you jump from determines how deep you go in the water. So you can
И
just swim under that.
еще немножко о механике игры.
So now we got two keys.
То,
and we're back to the
насколько
main room and the
глубоко
water
ты
level side.
нырнешь, зависит от того,
And
насколько
in fact,
высоко
we
ты
only need two keys to get
прыгнешь.
the boss key, and getting to Morpha is possible when the
Очень
water's
важно
high.
знать.
So we're almost done.
И мы почти закончили. Нам еще нужен ключ от комнаты от босса. От комнаты с боссом.
So by mashing B, you can swim faster. Supposedly there is an optimal rhythm to mash B.
Есть
to swim,
вообще
but I
никакой
don't know
необходимый ритм.
like what it is and if it's possible to actually do it right.
I'm not even sure that's necessarily true.
It's one of those things that
Чтобы
people
быстро
talk about,
плавать.
but nobody does or really has
Можно
good
просто
answers to,
быстро
so
нажимать
everybody just
кнопку.
mashes.
Right.
So this is a thing that you can do
И
to skip
будешь
a
просто
whole big
плавать.
section back there.
Мы пропускаем огромную секцию.
I can skip equipping
И
Iron
вообще,
Fist one time by
техника,
using
которую он
my
использует,
fall
это
momentum to get underneath
после
that
выхода
door.
из комнаты
So now
мы
we're
всегда
boss key,
ставим в определенной позиции
and we're ready to go to Morpha.
и используем
And the way
нейтральный
that works is
кувырок.
it's kind of
Нейтральный
similar
кувырок
to
это когда мы
where you
кувыркаемся без использования стика. Это я уже объяснял. И при помощи этих нейтральных кувырков можно
there's a really
встать в правильную
bad
позицию.
that saves.
Плюс прыжки в разные
It
стороны.
actually saves like 3 seconds over the other strat.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
because backwalking up this is really fast compared to running forward anyway.
Таким образом он смог достать до той платформы.
Nice.
That's harder than it looks, actually. Now Morpha.
So Morpha's starting position after this cutscene is random as one of 4 positions, I'm pretty sure. She can start in north, south, east, or west around the starting platform that you're on. So if she's far away, it'll be a little bit harder for me to snipe her out of the
Будем
water.
надеяться, что она появится близко, потому что она может появиться и далеко. Если она появится близко, будет легко ее схватить.
I never timed the spawn animations. Is this the longest one? Or is it Bongo?
Not sure.
I'll have to do that.
Dots has been timing a whole
Cutscenes.
bunch of cutscenes.
Just
Just to
because
find
nobody's
out.
done it before, so we don't have the information.
I wanted
Nice,
to-
we actually got pretty good luck here in terms of spawn location.
yeah.
Ну, в принципе, повезло с тем, где появился наш босс.
Hookshotting her can be hard anyway, though. It works. Nice.
Good.
Good fight.
Хорошая битва. Обычно все в порядке с этой битвой.
So normally you're supposed to do that fight in cycles, and she'll like start spawning multiple tentacles, and it gets really hectic. But you can just trap her in the corner.
PSA: if you mash buttons, you can actually escape the tentacles grab. Something that some people don't know. So we're gonna pick up this heart container
Мы поднимем это сердце также.
just for safety. And it's
Просто для
fast, it's right there.
безопасности.
And now for the longest cutscene in the game.
И это будет
Yeah, see what the
самая
nations-
длинная и
Certainly, we
долгая
have a
катсцена
$500
в игре.
donation from Fish Sticks. So hyped for the glitchless Ocarina of Time that I had to donate now. The GDQs amaze and inspire me every event. Keep up the good work and die, animals, die. We have a $50 donation from Sockfolder. SGDQ has been so fun to watch this year. Great job to all the runners. I'm excited to see glitchless Ocarina of Time. It has been so long since I've seen a dungeon other than the Deku Tree and Ganon's Tower. We have a $50 donation from Neaxis. Always love to donate during Zelda. Have a good run and listen to Navi. I don't think we've been doing that. A $100 donation from Prasanna Somanathan. Love me a GDQ and I love me some Ocarina of Time. Save the frames, kill the animals. A $350 donation from English Dude. Haven't missed a GDQ since 2012 and have made a tradition of budgeting $500 per, and have been at work patiently waiting for Ocarina of Time and Final Fantasy VI all week. First donation for this run. Can't resist watching it every time and play it annually. Thank you all for the amazing work done every 6 months and keep at it. A $50 donation from Jay Oster. I fondly remember that cold day in November 1998 when Ocarina of Time was released. I don't think I've anticipated any game as much in the days leading up to it. My brother and I stayed home sick from school just to play the game for the first time. Worth it. Such good memories from this game. And as always, good feels from GDQ. Thank you, everyone. $50 donation from Thomcat. Owl Skip was awesome. Here's more money for Doctors Without Borders. $100 anonymous donation. When I was a kid, I would try to physically look around the corners in the Forest Temple maze, looking forward to being so engrossed in the temple again. $30 anonymous donation. First time donating, but I feel
Вот я сейчас смотрю катсцену, и только я первый раз заметил, что Шейк стоял что-то вроде в девчачьей позиции, то есть ноги были направлены, ну то есть ступни были направлены немножко внутрь. Интересный спойлер. Никогда не думал, что это так очевидно.
Hi, Danny B's parents.
Hi, Danny B's
Hello.
parents.
Hi, Danny B's parents.
Love you guys. All right, so fire arrows are something we don't care about at all.
Typically, you would go stand on that little pedestal and shoot the sun and get fire arrows. That post-water cutscene is supposed to set that up for you.
Нам нужны огненные стрелы по сюжету, но мы не будем их брать, потому что они нам, в принципе,
Twitch chat
не
is also
нужны.
saying hi to Danny B's parents, by the way.
So right now we're headed to Gerudo Valley to obtain the Gerudo card. Because
Мы
there's a
отправляемся
wasteland to
в
Spirit
долину
Valley, and we can't get
Гарруда.
around without it.
Hookshotting this ladder is actually a pain.
Попасть хукшотом в эту
So
лестницу
what's supposed to happen
сложно.
there is if I hookshot the top left corner of that ladder, I'll grab the ledge of the stone instead of climbing the ladder and just make my way.
Но он
But
зафейлил.
sometimes he falls. I think I hookshot a little bit too far to the right there.
Yeah, ladders in this game aren't the most stable things in the world.
И нам объясняют, что лестницы в этой игре
So
самые
the Gerudo card
стабильные.
involves saving 4 carpenters from the fortress, and you have to fight 4 of the guards of the fortress in order to free each of those carpenters. And so the guard fights are going to look a little bit weird, and I'll explain more about it when we get there. So one thing to note, I guess, right now is that Epona is also something we don't care about, and generally Epona is the way to cross this bridge. that I think most casual players used, but you can also just straight up long shot the wooden stuff across.
But we don't get to see the cool jumping cutscene.
And actually, it's possible to just hookshot across.
Yep.
If you stand in a really precise location with really
Если
precise
очень
aim,
правильно
like
встать, то очень легко достать хукшотом. Да,
but
это
long shot makes it super easy. So my movement here was actually a
балки.
little bit bad. So if we enter the fortress area and it's dusk, like everything's orange, then I know I was actually pretty slow. Yeah, like that. So because it's dusk and because I was slow, navigating the wasteland is actually going to be quite a bit more difficult visually. But hopefully it should be fine. Ideally, it would still be full daytime here, but having to climb that ladder kind of ruined it.
And daytime doesn't pass once we're in the fortress area, so whatever it's set to when Danny B enters is what we would have to deal with.
Okay, so first guard
Здесь
fight.
наше время тоже не перемещается, то есть
Jump
с
slash
тем
into
временем,
each
с
of these
каким
text
мы
triggers
зайдем
just
в
to get a
эту
little bit extra distance.
локацию,
Store
в
the
эту
jump
зону,
slash,
с тем
crouch
временем и
stabs.
выйдем.
So what I'm going to do here is get into the corner behind this torch. And when you hook shot near one of these guys or
И
girls, they jump
когда
at you.
мы используем хукшот прямо из угла, то она застревает
And that
прямо в
makes life pretty
светильнике.
easy. You can just lure them in the corner, and then you're
Это
stuck, or they're stuck.
самый
So they
быстрый
can't-
вариант уничтожения их.
A lot of people get upset about that because the Grudo guard is sort of clipping into the post and it looks like a glitch. But I like to think that their runs are now invalidated and not ours.
Вот так
Yeah,
вот.
and he's actually facing away from the Grudo guard, but the crouch stab does damage every frame, even when he's holding it back. Like the whole sword does damage, even including the hilt.
So one thing, of course, I have to be careful of is not to get caught. If I get caught, I get thrown in jail, and that's really slow. And in each of these guard fights, there's a chance at some point that one of them will do this crazy spin attack, and if you get hit by it, you don't lose health, but you just immediately get thrown into jail. So hopefully I don't get bad luck here. Okay.
Сопротивляется, но вроде бы пока легко.
So the reason it didn't jump the first time is because she was in the middle of swinging her sword, and so I wasn't able to interrupt that. I've only ever been spin attacked and sent to jail one time, and it was actually really recently. The very moment that she dropped down from the ceiling on the final guard fight, she immediately did the spin attack and sent me to jail, and there was really nothing I could have done about it. And I'm still not sure if it was just really bad luck or something that I did to manipulate that to happen, but it generally doesn't.
I feel like this is one of those places that when you played the first time, you kind of wandered around wondering where to go.
Yeah.
And we just know exactly where to go. So
I swear, like a year into speedrunning, I still didn't even know.
so few.
Нам рассказать о том, что когда первый раз ты играешь в эту игру, достаточно сложно ориентироваться в этом данже, в этом подземелье. А спидранер рядом с ним говорит: да я целый год спидраню эту игру. И до сих пор не знаю, куда идти.
Alright, so now we're going to break the geometry of the fortress just a little bit. You can make that jump there.
Нет, быстрее задом.
And you can make this jump here. That makes getting over to the final one quite a bit easier. So now this lady can catch me, but what I'm going to do is make my way to this back wall.
Кувырок следующий после хождения задом. В гличлес, я бы сказал.
That's marginally faster than waiting for her to cross the path of the box and shooting.
А там, где можно использовать гличи, то это третье место, скорее всего, занимает.
But it's just not equipped right now. Or I guess it is, but it's slower.
Alright, nice.
That was a good fight.
So I have a project for everyone at home. I want you to go and get this Gerudo card. And when this lady gives you the Gerudo card, pull out a bomb. Because this lady's tunic is hilarious.
So if you notice, her tunic is green, and it matches mine. If I was wearing a different tunic, it would also match mine. So if I was wearing blue, she'd be wearing blue. But when you pull out a bomb, her tunic flashes along with the bomb, and it's really bizarre.
Also bomb shoes.
Bomb shoes as well, yep.
Нам рассказывает о том, что эта женщина, которая пришла к нам, она носит
So Gerudo card in hand, we are gonna head off to the
одежду того же цвета, что и мы.
Get them to open the gate.
То есть в игре всего 3 цвета одежды. Это зеленая, красная и синяя. Но если мы достанем бомбу во время катсцены,
So there's a little trick
или
with
в
this
тот
gate.
момент, когда
If I
она нам
talk to the
подходит,
gate guard up at the top,
то
with my
ее
camera angle facing away from the gate,
одежда будет
it actually takes a
светиться
few frames for
разными
the gate to
цветами.
load before it opens.
Это будет выглядеть
And so
прикольно.
I can use those few frames to get onto this ladder during the cutscene. So the gate's not on screen, so it'll take a few frames, and I can get on the ladder. And I'll drop off the ladder, and if I didn't drop off the ladder there, and I was still on the ladder by the time the cutscene was over, the game actually soft locks and accepts no more inputs. So it's really important that I press A to drop.
Если бы мы... После того, если мы активируем
Or technically,
катсцену с
you
открытием
can't have the
ворот,
Lens of Truth
идем,
in Wasteland.
попадаем на
It's a lot
лестницу,
easier because it removes this
но не
kind of
спускаемся с нее,
storm that's happening.
то игра
Path is
софтачится.
the same every time.
Поэтому очень важно спрыгнуть с лестницы.
Yeah, it's quite easy in this first segment because even if you don't know where you're going, you can follow the posts. But just to refresh your memories, the second segment has no posts, and you're supposed to follow a Poe using the Lens of Truth.
И в первой части нам нужно ходить
You use textures on the ground or just muscle
по...
memory to move through it, since we can't see the Poe.
Червей не будет. Нам нужно ходить по
So this is the
столбам,
part where you
но
don't
вот
get
в этой части у нас
So
нет
Lens of
столбов,
Truth is
и
in
нам
the
нужно
bottom of the
следовать за
well.
призраком,
The only
используя
button
линзу
we
правды.
don't touch it all in this run.
Well, try
Но
it.
нам необходимо, поскольку это их долго,
Training
это все
grounds, I guess
долго,
that's true as well.
очень долго, как минимум минут 5 добавляется к спидрану, то мы должны запомнить текстуры, по которым ходить, и точно помнить,
So Danny moved
коридор,
easily, but he was
по
actually
которому
quite
нужно
close to some
пройти,
void zones.
чтобы не
It's
потеряться
straight
в
left or
пустыне.
right, even
В этой
small
локации
amounts
время
they avoided on back
начинает
at the start of the
двигаться уже.
wasteland, which is really costly.
Yeah. Alright, so the reason we came over here is not to do Spirit Temple.
Мы сюда пришли не для того,
We actually
чтобы
only want the song at this point. Because in order to do the
проходить
adult side of Spirit
этот
Temple, we
храм.
need the silver gauntlets,
Нам просто
which are
нужны
acquired from the child side of Spirit Temple. Excuse the voice crack. So we're
перчатки,
gonna get
серебряные
Requiem,
перчатки,
which is the song here, and then
а
we're going to
также
go back and start
песня
the
возвращения,
second child section of the run.
чтобы сюда вернуться, а не
Come
ходить.
here, get silver gauntlets, and then return as adult to complete the dungeon as adult.
Чтобы взять серебряные перчатки, нужно прийти сюда, будучи ребенком. Такие вот дела.
Oh, so that's how you're supposed to do the water temple. And people are very, very happy with how you dealt with that because we have another one, $25 from Mercs. Had to donate again for this amazing Ocarina of Time run, especially the Dark Link fight and making those water temple look like the easiest parts of the game. Keep up the good work and mercilessly slaughter those animals to save the pure and innocent frames. We have a $25 donation from Vinny Vine Sauce. I love the glitches, but it's great to see a long glitchless run of Ocarina of Time, one of the best games ever. Thanks for the amazing week of entertainment. A $200 donation from an anonymous donor. Thanks for everything you guys are doing. OOT hype! Hype! Awesome. We have a $50 donation from Rax. Hey guys, long time watcher, second time donating. I remember the day Ocarina of Time came out and watching these talented fans speed through the game again really brings me back. The GDQs are amazing events for amazing causes, so here's my part. Since the runners have revealed that no cuckoos will be harmed during the making of this speedrun, put this towards killing the animals. P.S. Mweet.
So that's the third and final save warp in this run. We're going to use it to get back to
И
10
это
time.
последний
so that we can remember really, really
телепорт при
fast.
помощи сохранения.
There's something interesting about the end of Requiem as well. That sandstorm, you actually can't pause during it, but you can pull out your Ocarina. So in the old route, we used to equip.
Мы
and then
получаем
walk
песню
in
возвращения в
so
этот
fast.
храм.
But because we're save warping.
So you notice right before the cutscene trigger there, I pulled out my sword. And so I did that so that the couple frames where Link is actually reaching for his sword and not actually swinging coincide with the beginning of the cutscene. And that's because when I place the Master Sword on the pedestal here, if sword is already in hand, which it will be after the cutscene, it takes a couple less frames to actually drop it. So that is the second to last song. We'll learn the only one remaining is Nocturne, which is the one that gets you to Shadow Temple. And of course, Shadow Temple early is a staple of most glitchless runs, but walking along the side, the boundary of the graveyard is not allowed in this run. Though it is possible to get up there without using glitches.
Yeah, you can actually damage boost on top of it, but part of
Можно
it's supposed to be a lot
использовать
of times.
damage boost, чтобы забраться в храм тьмы. Сейчас я проверю дорогу, route.
Before you head off to
Действительно ли
Child
это так?
Spirits, you get the silver gauntlets,
Посмотрим
we need,
Forest,
10
Water, Spirit. Да, но мы пойдем в теневой данж
Din
после
Spire will
того,
serve
как
all our
закончим
Pyromaniac needs
храм
in place of fire arrows.
духов.
So if you guys remember this owl that was here with Malon, then I said it was really hard to skip it. If I had skipped it earlier, it would still be here, so I'd have to skip it again, which is another reason why it's completely ridiculous to try to do it in a run.
Tunnels are also really hard. They're right up there with the Ocarina and aiming.
В этой категории действительно нечего комментировать, я вам так скажу. Единственное, что я, наверное, могу рассказывать, это лор по этой игре, который невероятно большой, сложный и неутвержденный.
Especially the lower floors. Actually, every single one of these fairies has their own unique, like, camera pan around their bodies. It's really weird.
They put a lot of time and effort into this.
Yeah, the beginning of Child Spirit's pretty tough. There's also a lot of potential to lose health, so I'll have to be careful here. But I do have an extra heart container that I'm used to, so it should be fine. I also have a lot more bombs than I'm used to here because we picked up that 20 bomb chest in Fire Temple. Normally at this point I'd have
Ретвитян,
like 3 bombs.
блин, она есть еще в Мажоре Маск. Это просто фея, фея у фонтана. Больше, в принципе, ничего о ней не известно.
Leaders are the worst.
Это не важный персонаж в нашей игре.
Unfortunately, we have to talk to Nibiru.
Yeah, so Nibiru talks for a little while, so if you guys have some donations in the next minute, you can squeeze them in.
I think this is the longest text
Еще
interaction in
тян.
the game, right? Is that true?
Она
Yeah, I
такая
think so. And the text options there are important.
пыталась
The
пролезть
first
в
text
дырку,
option,
такая, но
you get to
не
choose
может.
the third.
Слишком
And then the second
большая,
one, the
говорит.
option, both of them
Не
will be
поможешь
at
ли
the
ты
end
мне,
of the
мальчик?
conversation, but the second
Пролезь-ка
option
в
is
эту
3 seconds
дырочку,
faster.
посмотри, что
And
там.
then there's a third time where you can choose an option
И
with
принеси
that one.
мне
The first one is correct, so you just match right
сокровище.
through it. And it's easy to remember the options because it's 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I think this is the longest text in the game, other than like the infinite talking to owls, because you don't know which one is yes and which one.
Таким образом мы
All right,
открываем проход
here we go. So I got a big equip here.
и
I need,
возьмем серебряные перчатки.
bombs, Din's Fire, Hylian Shield, because fire keys,
Luchador.
Boomerang.
I've been told to interrupt you guys
Sure.
for a couple of reasons. First of all, we just hit $750,000. I think that's
Nice.
pretty amazing, right? Right?
Мы достигли
I think that
3/4
definitely
миллиона.
means we can hit that $1 million by the end of the marathon. And what pushed us over is the other reason why I'm allowed to interrupt you, is that there is a $10,000 donation.
Wow.
Нам задонатили 10 тысяч.
From someone named LV. I love that SGDQ exists. Doctors
Кого-то
Without
зовут
Borders is a great
LV.
charity, and I'm happy to support them in this event, whether it's by giving here or
Он
doing something
рад нас
elsewhere in life.
поддерживать,
I hope
рад
everyone
поддерживать
can find
ГДК.
their own inspiration to do
Надеется,
what they
что
can to
каждый
make the world a better
найдет
place. Thank you so extremely very much, LV.
вдохновение
Great contribution.
в себе,
Yeah, so
чтобы
there's two
сделать мир
things.
лучше.
Firstly, this piece can hit you in this cutscene, and it does no damage. Like that.
Nice.
But in that first room with all the enemies, he used bombs and manipulation to kill them all really quickly. And then in the second room, you can bend the way the hookshot moves by moving after you've thrown it.
The boomerang.
Oh, boomerang, sorry. So he throws it and then moves left to have it bend around the post. Shoutouts to Makai. And then the last one was right after you hit that switch. You
С этого канала, да, будет Restream ЕСА. С моего канала, может быть, будет стрим после ГДК, позже, когда я доберусь до дома.
Oh, what? Alright, last time we dealt with these guys was in Deku Tree.
Последний раз в дереве Деку нам было очень сложно с этими паучками. Но, кажется, пока все получается. Криповые солнышки. Солнышко.
So these 10 bomb chews will be the only ones I get in the run.
Это не флейта, это свисток. Но это Ocarina. Звуки как у флейты.
Spunk.
Is that number 2?
It's number 2.
This run has actually been like very low on bonks.
Yeah. Nice bomb drop.
Мы сейчас
So if you notice sometimes
находимся
those gray spiky things on the ground, sometimes I'll roll right through them and not take damage.
в
That's something
храме
I think we haven't
духов.
mentioned yet is when Link is rolling for
Это
a few
храм-
frames during his roll, he's actually completely invincible to damage. And so in the case of the spike things, it manifests itself as just passing right through them.
Тук-тук.
Pretty sure this is the last time we have to pull blocks as well.
Yep.
Well, I guess we could push one in water trial, but that doesn't count because it's pushing.
So just rolled right through that guy. So if you notice, I completely skipped the silver rupees in this room. They're not useful.
So we're about to fight an Iron Knuckle. This is another instance where being able to store the Deku Stick damage and do crouch stabs is great. These fights are also interesting because there are sort of safe spots. If you get really close, they'll just swing right over you.
It's a little more precise as adult, but Child Link is really small.
So if you notice, I picked up a couple hearts before that fight. I don't usually do that because that fight's pretty easy and it's really easy to avoid getting hit. But on the off chance that I did get hit, I would have done 4 hearts worth of damage, and I only had 3. So just in the interest of not dying and losing a lot of time, picked up a couple safety hearts there, so I was able to survive 1 hit.
And unfortunately, this owl is completely unskippable. He catches you right as you walk out, and his trigger overlaps the load.
He just flew into the temple, by the way. I don't know how that happened. He usually doesn't take that direction.
Magic.
And something interesting that I actually found out yesterday, because we were messing with this owl and seeing if there was any way to skip him. If you use cheats to open this chest before you talk to the owl, he talks to you right here as it's fading away. And then you have owl music through the entirety of this cutscene, which is really out of place because Nibiru is getting kidnapped and it's just singing a little dinky owl song.
And similarly to Requiem, while that dust is on screen, you can actually move. Kind of. You can like side hop.
И мы видим катсцену, как похищают Набору. Так зовут эту девушку. Ее главной целью было ворваться в это хранилище. Она думала, что здесь спрячется Ганандорф. И украсть все золото. Ну, поскольку теперь перчатки серебряные девушке не нужны, то мы отправимся в храм. Храм света. Превратимся обратно во взрослого. И вернемся обратно в этот храм. Посмотрим, что там есть.
But as we said earlier, there's one song we don't have yet. It's Nocturne, so we're gonna go get that first.
Yep. Interesting note about Nocturne is that it has the longest sequence of cutscene without any input that I have to do. So there's no text mashing for like a minute and 2 seconds, a minute and 1 second.
Something like that.
And so in runs at home, generally 3.5-hour runs involve a bathroom break. And so this is when I would do that.
Это храм воров Геруда. Возвращаемся в него обратно.
I think Nocturne and Requiem are fairly unique in that they're cutscenes that start as you enter a load to an area, so they're unskippable so far as we know. Which is unfortunate.
Придя в деревню Кокорика, мы узнаем, что великий, не великий, а большое зло было выпущено Геноном. Большое невидимое зло.
$37 donation. So a total elite donation, right? Donations from Kizo. Really enjoying SGDQ so far.
Любой процент проходится минут за 15, 100% дольше, чем этот забег. Но он, по крайней мере, интересный. В нем очень много гличей и разнообразных трюков.
And we have some donations without comments, but they are both $500, so I do want to acknowledge both of them.
Да нет, в принципе, нормально.
$500 donation, and we have another one from Drizzlock. So thank you, both of you. Even without comments, that's really great.
Невидимый монстр, которого воскресил Генон. Возможно, это был темный маг из еще одной Зельды, которая называется Zelda The Twilight Princess, или Сумеречная принцесса. Вот так он переводится. Шик. Да, Шейку стало плохо. Этому магу отрубили и голову, и руки, и Генон использовал его зло и заключил, или точнее поставил над охраной храма теней. Но мы к нему еще вернемся. Самая сложная композиция в игре. И пока что у нас все
A
получается.
$100 donation from Dardison. Looking forward to your run, Danny B. Everyone, Danny B is a fantastic runner and definitely worth
Я
following,
замечательно
so please
отношусь
check
к
him out.
серии.
We'll also
Мои
be lending
любимые
this
игры
money go to
это
Runner's
вот
Choice.
это вот, Ocarina времени и Маска
$50
Мажора.
donation from Axton. First time watching GDQ live and super
Я уже
excited
рассказывал,
that
по
I
какой
get to see
причине.
Ocarina of Time.
Это мои любимые игры, поскольку в Окарине времени показывают, что вообще из Окарины времени начинается вся Зельда. Или, скажем так, начинается разветвление Зельды. Да, будет глич Exhibition. Нам показывают все гличи по Зельде. Как те, которыми пользуемся. Ну, скорее всего, просто покажут те гличи, которые не пользуются, потому что их тоже много.
And I did that because while the white text is on screen, you actually can't pick up item drops like that magic bar or magic pot. And so if I hadn't cleared that white text, I would have had to wait for it to go away on its own before I could pick up that magic pot. So a little optimization there to be able to fill up magic faster.
При помощи серебряных перчаток мы можем сдвигать огромные блоки.
High ledge right there too after getting that magic. I don't know why that ledge is different.
I think it's the snake statue. It's like curved, kind of like a Armos.
Yeah, it's just a sort of weird
Да,
spot.
должно быть интересно.
Okay. Getting the fast boulder cycle in this room is not hard except for that first one, snaking around it.
Наверное, ЗФГ будет показывать.
So at the end of this dungeon, we're going to get our first real introduction to RNG in this run, and that's going to be Twin Rova. The boss of this dungeon is very luck-based. In the first
И мы
phase,
встретимся с боссом,
before they
который
combine.
полностью основан.
In my PB, I've got a 20-second time save here,
Полностью основан
which is actually really significant.
на
It was
рандоме,
mostly because of bad RNG on the boss.
на случайности и удаче.
These statues work much like graves, where if you get hit, they'll keep spinning.
Yeah, there is an invisible enemy here. Which you can. Yep, there it is.
Невидимые противники нас атакуют.
And if you heard it, he made a little grunt there. I was able to side hop in that cutscene to get a little bit extra distance. And it doesn't always work. And I'm not actually sure what makes it work.
Очень большое подземелье, очень большой храм.
Like sometimes
И в
the
нем сложно
enemy takes
ориентироваться.
longer to hit me, and so by the time I get up from the damage animation, it's already over, or like I'm already in the cutscene. This long shot is really annoying. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, the long shot is super useful. Wish it wasn't so hard to get.
Spirit Temple in particular, it often feels like there's a lot of good long shot spots.
Yeah.
A few rooms from now, some of you might remember the sliding wall room. Long shot is very helpful. We'll see soon.
So normally in this room, I'm supposed to hit a switch, but if you stand in this really particular spot,
Если встать
you
именно в
don't
этом
really guys
месте,
with a Dinspire cast.
то мы достанем всех врагов и переключатель. Народ потихонечку начинает просыпаться. Я смотрю.
Second Iron Knuckle of the run.
So it's a bit faster strat than I'm about to do here, but the safest strat is to attack him from behind the chair.
Самая безопасная стратегия атаковать
Because then it takes some time
противника
to turn around and you can get some stabs in.
из-за трона.
So as adult with Iron Knuckles, if you stand directly by an Iron Knuckles left foot, it's a completely safe zone and you won't be able to get hit by the axe. So you see a lot of that when I fight Nibiru later. So most glitched runs at this point end up farming these Armos for bomb drops, because there's a pretty solid chance of getting bombs from Armos when you kill them. But 7 is enough to finish this run without needing more. In fact, at this point, I think I only need 4 or 3.
Он говорит, что нам нужно не так много ключей, 4 или
Coming up is that
4
slide wall
или
room
3
that Deathra was
штуки.
talking about, and long shot makes it pretty trivial.
Замечательная комната, и хукшот легко решает все проблемы.
That one's weird because you're totally supposed to have long shot at that point anyway.
И в любом случае нам нужно было иметь ну, как бы, этот крюк. Достаточно странно располагать именно такого рода пазл в этой игре, в этот момент. Мы просто поднимем ключ при помощи damage буста.
I got damaged by the torch slug, and when you get damaged for a few frames after, you're invincible and can't take more damage, so I can use that time to squeeze myself into the fire ring and just open the chest.
I know some of you were thinking that looked really glitchy, but invincibility frames are supposed to be a thing. They are intended to exist, so we make use of them.
Кадры неуязвимости вполне легальны в этом забеге.
Something I found out recently is if you push the very ends of these, you can actually mash target and let go on your own.
I had no idea that was a thing. That's amazing.
Yeah. So normally what you want is these Lizalfos to slash you off. But if I position myself properly, I don't need their help, which is actually really good. Okay. Because losing health here is generally really bad, because I don't have any place to fill up on health before
У
Shadow
нас не так
Temple,
много
where health is really critical.
КП. И
A lot of people crouch and aim the mirror shield at the face there, but if you just Z-target, you're at the perfect height.
Nice aim.
отличный хукшот. Мы добрались до босса.
Here's the Nibiru Knuckle. We'll see more of the safe zone.
Yeah, this is the
Две
one where it's really
бабули,
important because with most iron knuckles you can get
которые
enough damage that
охраняют
their armor breaks off and they sort of get stunned.
этот
Since
храм.
Nibiru takes more hits, and the armor doesn't break off, she doesn't get stunned. It's really important.
Вроде
that
бы как
Danny
зовут их
positions
Котору и
himself well.
Катецу, если не ошибаюсь.
Although this is glitchless and he does have a lot of health.
А, Каоми и
still has to
Катаки.
be careful.
Окей.
Especially because Shadow Temple's coming up next, and taking a chunk of 4 hearts out would be really bad. It would probably warrant getting the heart container just so I can fill up after.
Топор из ниоткуда. Вот мини-босс. Мы только что использовали Jump Slash в очередной раз, чтобы настакать урон.
Okay. Easy fight, nice and clean.
Легкая битва, и она на самом деле даже не достойна хлопков.
So if you noticed, I didn't
Очень
stab
легкая
at
битва.
a set rhythm there. I actually paused a couple times. That's because between her attacks, when the axe is at rest, I can actually
Она
crouch that
потеряла
recoil
память.
off it,
Она
and
была
it'll send me backwards,
в этом
and then I'll be
состоянии
in axe range,
больше
which is
15
really
лет.
bad and dangerous. So I wait for her to attack for me to stab her. All right, now for Twinarova. Like I said, this boss is quite a troll.
Yeah, so what we're gonna see in phase 1,
Сейчас будут боссы, и они могут троллить, но мы надеемся, что все будет легко.
and they're gonna sort
Сейчас
of
будет
fly
видно.
around in random paths, and we want to keep both of them on the screen so that when one of them shoots, we can redirect the shot into the other.
Вроде бы самым длинным
Because they're
забегом
both flying
должен
around
быть,
randomly, keeping them
должна
both
будет
in our
быть
view can
финальная
be tough.
фантазия.
Sometimes one will be shooting
Шестая.
at you, and the second will be right behind your head, and you can't really do anything about it. But we do try to combat that by using the long shot. If you long shot in the direction of one of the witches, she'll spin in a circle to sort of dodge the long shot. So while one is charging up a shot, we can hook shot towards the second and keep them in position, keep them in view, so that we can land our attacks.
And also when they
Интересная
throw their attacks, it's
механика
random.
игры,
So it'll take 4 hits
что
to get to phase 2
мы
and
будем
make a
использовать
line.
хукшот, чтобы
And So it can be either forward,
ведьмы
it's throw really
крутились.
fast, or sometimes they can
Тема
move
в
a
том,
lot
что
between
когда
shots
ты
and
используешь
places like
хукшот,
that.
выстреливаешь им, возвращаешь его обратно моментально, они начинают крутиться на месте, потому что они хотят, чтобы к ним прицепились. То есть прицепиться к ним при помощи хукшота невозможно.
Nice.
So this positioning's good.
И это отличное позиционирование обоих ведьм.
That's one. Oh, we got a double. Nice.
Very nice.
So,
Пока
ice didn't move at
что
all before
очень
shooting again.
удобно.
Triple? No such luck. But that's fine. Double is actually really good.
Двойная атака очень даже хороша. Сейчас посмотрим, будет...
This one might be tough.
Окей. Это может быть сложно немножко,
Okay, good.
но пока он справляется.
You catch that beam from weird angles.
Please turn in. Okay.
Yeah, so like in that situation, if Ice had
Это
gone to the right,
хорошо.
Danny B might have been in trouble.
Yeah, there's like nothing I could do about that if she went to the right.
Sexy thermo hexy.
И готовьтесь...
In German. I'm not kidding.
В немецкой раскладке этого
So
босса
phase
зовут
2 is very easy.
Секси Херма Такси.
I say it right
Очень
before I
интересное
say it.
название, не знал никогда.
So
Ну,
we are gonna
сейчас
see
будет...
some more hook
Должно
shot
быть
trickery.
все очень просто.
Danny B fires the hook shot right before pulling up his shield, and that causes the Twin Rover to move on more quickly and get to the next shot more quickly.
Мы заставляем перемещаться ее быстрее, когда используем хукшот. Что это делает Линк? Линк,
Thankfully,
что
this
ты
boss is
делаешь?
really easy
О,
to
нет,
one-cycle.
Линк. Линк, это игра
Some
12
very
плюс.
easy timing. You can just keep stabs and keep her stunned.
Yeah,
Вот так вот
Twin Rover is
быстро
interesting
уничтожаем
because
босса.
on that final phase there, most bosses,
И
or
то, что обычно
at least
слышат
some of them, are instead of
люди, когда
like a
кричат
timer, like
эти
she's on, before she
две
gets up
ведьмы,
and starts a second, another
это
phase,
койот, так что
most
можно
bosses
воспомнить.
are on like a damage counter, where after you've dealt a certain
По-моему,
amount of
койот.
damage, you'll
Сейчас
get
мы
up
услышим.
and start a new phase. It just so happens that she's on
А,
a
нет,
timer,
Гиена,
and that
Гиена,
timer is
точно.
just enough time with power crouch stabs to kill her
Гиена.
in one cycle.
Additionally, the first cycle of phase 2, that she always
Гиена,
fires
Гиена,
the same
Гиена, Гиена,
the same element 3 times in a
Гиена,
row, so you can block all
Гиена.
3, charge your shield 3 times, and return
Гиена,
fire.
короче.
If the fight progresses to additional cycles, she starts to randomize.
И
So
рассказывать
if
нам,
you
насколько
fail one cycle,
сложный
things can get really bad
этот
really
босс,
fast.
если что-то случайно нарушить. Но я вам скажу, что я еще ни разу не видел, чтобы хоть один раннер,
I'm not really sure why I'm mashing in that cutscene.
один раннер зафейлил
I mean, what else
эту
you got?
драку.
All right, so
Сколько
coming
она
up next is
действительно
Shadow Temple, which is
несложная.
by far the most difficult part of the run. And
Если ты
I don't know if I've
спидранер,
mentioned it
конечно
yet,
же.
but I will not be getting hover boots, which is something that might surprise a lot of people as far as glitchless goes.
Я
But right
не
now we got a
буду
cutscene, so we can
брать
take some more donations before then.
We have a
ботинки
$50 donation from
левитации
a name that
в
I'm
этом
going to
забеге.
butcher terribly. Hydrolio. I don't even know. The talent on display is awesome. Thank you to all the runners and people behind the scenes for a great marathon. A round of applause is in order.
Оказывается,
yes?
что эта девушка хранительница этого храма, настоящая.
Give me the applause right for the hardest part, right?
Он охранит медальон
We have a $150 donation from Haxton.
и просит нас остановить
Donating now, since
Ганнена.
I'll miss the Pokemon run. At least I can watch the Zelda one live. We have a $20 donation from Frelfin. Loving the Ocarina of Time glitchless run. I may have to fire up a copy of the game and try out some of the tricks I'm seeing. Donation goes to Runner's Choice.
Скоро зрители начнут спинать. Ну, этого и ожидают люди, что все начнут спинать.
Mario Maker, Pepsi Man, and Ocarina of Time has been an amazing nighttime lineup. Sleep is for the weak.
All right, so right at the start of Shadow Temple, we have another large
Даже
element
не
of luck
послушаем музыку
for
из этой
RNG,
локации, к
and that's the
сожалению.
truth spinner. There's this bird statue that you have to spin to face the correct one of 5 skulls. In fact, only 3 of them are ever possibly correct. So I have a 1 in 3 chance of getting it right. If you have the lens of truth, you can see which one is the correct one, but of course I don't. So I'm gonna have
И
to
будем
guess.
надеяться, что я буду правильно угадывать светильники.
And then right after Truth
То есть нам
Spinner,
покажут,
I'm gonna be
что
doing
именно
a
имеет в
pretty
виду,
crazy trick
поэтому мы
to
ждем.
cross that first gap without using the hover boots. And we'll explain what that is. For the most part, I'm not going to be talking too much
Да,
in
есть
Shadow Temple.
рекомендации друзей, это
She'll take
просто
over.
жесть. На Твиче есть рекомендации друзей.
Yeah, so earlier he mentioned if you mash Z on those statues, they'll keep spinning. If you do that on a true spinner,
Нужна линза правды, чтобы видеть, какой...
Typically, you would equip hover boots here, because if he does get the incorrect torch,
какой светильник зажжен, но мы будем выбирать подряд.
But because we don't have hover boots, Danny B is just going to be careful and side hop out precisely.
First try.
Wow,
Nice.
nice.
Вау, с первого раза
Here
повезло.
we go.
So this is a double damage
RNG
boost.
на нашей стороне. Это
Bombs
будет
push him into the
ускорение
air. He's going to shield drop a bomb
Nice.
chew and make that gap. Very nice.
двойное
That's not easy to do.
уроновое ускорение. Двойное
you have
ускорение
to drop the
уроном.
bomb in midair with a single frame of R, otherwise you can't shield jump slash afterward.
И это тоже не считается гличом.
And we need these rupees to collect a key for later.
Почему Зельда не комментит Каспар? Я не знаю, по
So
какой
you notice that
причине он
double
не
damage boost takes away a
записался
heart.
на
It's not-
Зельду.
That's not the only double damage boost I'll be doing. And
Наверное,
there are plenty
потому
of other
что
chances
она
to
ему не
lose
очень
health in this
нравится.
dungeon, so the extra heart
Потому
containment
что в
is
целом
definitely
мне,
better.
допустим, не нравится ни одна 2D Зельда. И я уважаю только вот эти две классические на Nintendo 64. Такой вот
So we're going to see
человек.
him do some, not super precise, but some very intentional movement. He's going to side up 6 times left here, I think, and then throw a Deku Nut, and that stuns these Skulltulas.
Но я сказал почти
So he
не
doesn't have to
юзает,
worry
они
about them
бесполезные в
continuing
этом
through the
забеге.
hallway.
На самом деле, 3
And there
часа
are some more here,
прошло, а он
and he will
использовал
roll
2
right under.
бомбы. 3 бомбы, чтобы использовать...
So casually,
damage
that hallway is
boost.
really annoying, because you're fighting Skulltulas like every 10 feet.
Он знаток по тем играм, по которым он знает. А я знаток по тем
And
играм,
continuing
которые
with
я
nice
знаю.
movement. As he passes under the ski team,
Вселенная Зельды,
right.
она
he's going to turn right, roll and
в любом
hold
случае
upright, and lands on
начинается,
that tiny little piece of earth. He also
наверное,
avoided spawning a
с...
Skulltulus there.
Как называется? Куча игр, так, смотри сейчас.
We're gonna go get one more
Те
key in this
игры.
back room.
Skyward Sword, то есть все начинается с Зельды Skyward Sword,
And similar
потом,
to
если не ошибаюсь,
Sword
Зельда
and
Twilight Princess, то есть
the
сначала
bottom
меч
trapped
сначала
skull
меч
princess. So you can
небесного народа, потом принцесса сумеречного мира. Потом идет вот как раз в Ocarina времени и Мажоры Маск. Точнее, просто Ocarina времени, и с нее начинается развилка.
manipulate
Поэтому
cycles of
именно
these
эта
invisible
серия
blocks,
очень
but
важна
it's kind
в
of
линейке
risky,
Зельды.
so marathon strats.
Каспар
Yeah, so what I'm
Спидман.
going to be doing to find the location of these blocks is use the hook shot, the red dot, to see where it is. So it just moved away, and it just moved in, so now I can make it. If I were normally what I do
Невидимые
is I
платформы,
just YOLO that pretty much, and I
которые
move in such a way so that I know exactly where the
нужно
block cycle
видеть
is.
с линзой
If I were to
правды, но
avoid
он
out
выучил
there, I would spawn
наизусть
back at the
их
top of that Skulltula hallway,
расположение.
which is about a minute loss, so it's not very marathon safe. It's very risky.
И
Nice.
Wow.
это плохо.
There are invisible
плохо, и
spikes and
странно.
invisible platforms and invisible hookshot targets.
Невидимые
Danny B just knows where it all
цели
is.
для хукшота.
So we're gonna put Furrow's Wind down because in the next room we have to kill all the enemies to open the door, but that's slow. Save the animals.
Мы не будем уничтожать в следующей комнате всех противников, потому что это медленно.
And to get the key from this room, you're supposed to throw a bomb into that skull, but you can use a chew.
Нужно забросить комнату, забросить бомбу в этот кувшин,
Okay,
что ли?
let's see if I can do this.
Right here,
Черепокувшин.
this next room is really interesting. There's a bunch
Можем
of
использовать
fans blowing
бомбчу,
you around,
ударив его
You're supposed
через
to use iron boots,
текстуру.
but if you turn the camera away to manipulate the loading of the fans and do some precise movement,
Очень точные движения.
Probably failed it now.
В скобочках нет.
aiming,
Aiming's too hard.
aiming's too hard.
Целиться
So
в
what he
этой
has to
игре
do
ему
there is move in a very
слишком
precise
сложно.
way, aim and hit that post very quickly, and then he can get off of this raised platform before the fan starts, you know, blowing air at him. And then he'd side hop over to here without the iron boots and get blown into this hallway. Really small time lost after you use the iron boots there.
Oh, dang. Okay.
Invisible chest.
Невидимый сундучок.
Oh, that was interesting. So I don't usually get that hard, but again, safety.
You're supposed to go over and push this block up to this ladder, but you can just jump to the boat.
А потом нам покажут гличи по Зельде.
So there's some Stalfos on this boat. I don't want to fight them because Stalfos are risky in terms of health. So I'm going to do
Нам
something
нужна жизнь,
that puts me out of their reach.
поэтому мы будем стараться не сражаться с этими скелетами. В целом нам и нет
Which is also a
необходимости
bit
с ними
risky
драться.
itself, but not hard.
Про босса этой локации я уже рассказывал.
Yeah, so we walk up on top of the back of the boat
Это
here.
темный
You'll
маг,
see that the Stalfos
которого
are
казнили.
maybe. And then because they're a bit silly,
Но его воскресил Гэнон, и он жаждет
they will
мести.
hopefully walk right off the boat.
There you go.
Это интересная стратегия.
Peace out. All right, good. Every once in a while, they don't fall off.
Иногда
And
бывает,
if
они
they're
не
both
падают.
there at the same time, they
Если
can actually
они
push each
вдвоем.
other up the hill and hit me when I don't want them to.
Если они вдвоем
So,
появляются, то они
little
могут друг
scary
друга
when that
забустить. И
Because if one of
урон
them does
пойдет
happen
по
to
нам.
slash me, I
неприятно.
will get damage recoiled off the back of the boat, which is not good.
And if they're both on the boat while the boat's there, it creates quite a bit of lag. So,
Это комната с невидимым полом.
so
То есть
here's
есть
the
дырки
War
в
Master
полу.
we need to kill for a key.
I could kill that in one shot, but I hit it twice just so that it pushes back to the back wall. And then when you
Это не босс-суицидник, его казнили, я же еще раз повторяю, его казнили.
And when it does that, they split in like a triangle from the central point. And with the wall right there, it actually makes
вообще
the
это
spread a little less.
Местность, локация, это гробница шейков.
Because if you miss one and they start running away,
Тут одновременно проходили пытки и хоронили как и шейков, так и
Here's going to move to the right slightly before casting Dinspire to catch the redead.
так и врагов.
Otherwise, he can scream and troll you a bit.
So coming up on a small cutscene skip. When I shoot down the statue, there's a cutscene of the statue falling over and creating a bridge. But I'm just gonna void out during that cutscene so I can skip it.
Также, насколько я понимаю, тут проводились тренировки шейков.
Nice.
И тут он
So now the bridge is down.
реинкарнируется, чтобы пропустить катсцену.
So the room before Bongo, there's a whole bunch of platforms.
Я долго пытался понять, что надо делать в этом месте, когда первый раз в жизни проходил Зельду.
They don't line up properly and all that kind of stuff. But we know exactly
Удивлен.
where they are. Also, they're not or they're too far to jump.
Когда оказалось, что нужно выстрелить в бомбу.
Also gonna
Не
cast
думал, что
Ferris
бомбу
Wheel here.
можно
This is not
зажечь.
something I normally do at all. But
При
in
помощи
the
лука.
event of something terrible happening and in possibly dying to Bongo, traversing the Shadow Temple again is ridiculously slow. So I'm going to set that there just for a ton of safety.
И тут у нас тоже полы невидимые. Все ли у нас получится?
Nice.
Отлично. Это очень хорошо. Это намного важнее, чем попадать хукшотами на самом деле. Да, реинкарнация туда-сюда. Easy life. Сейчас нам нужно... Когда мы падаем, то мы все время оказываемся ровно в центре арены. Тогда мы можем использовать нулевые перекаты. Это перекаты без стика. Тут хлопают, типа. Такой вот босс. Нулевые перекаты, чтобы стать в правильной позиции. Нет. Но это для любого процента стратегии.
Good fight.
Ну, в смысле, не для любого, а для 100%. А так,
So Danny B had
я
a
еще не
stab
видел,
there
как его
with
убивают.
relatively
Не
precise
знаю, как я
timing to keep
пропустил.
Bongo stunned.
Yeah, he hit his metronome again.
И сейчас он использовал
Interestingly,
метроном,
that
чтобы
stab timing is exactly half the speed of, Owl's
правильный
Source. So
кадр
150
использовать
beats per minute
атаку.
as opposed to 300. So I can just use the same metronome setting
Нет,
and
VR
stab
он
every other
точно
beat.
не поставит.
It's so close to him actually drumming that it's off very slightly.
How's my health here? Do I need this? Yeah, I sort of do. So I usually always pick up that heart container because my health is usually really low after I beat Bongo.
Обычно у нас
just because
здесь
Shadow
очень
Temple takes
мало
so much
количества
out of you.
хп, как он говорит, у него, по крайней
In
мере.
this case, I had a lot of health
Он
just
обычно
because I was being
поднимает
really safe and getting extra hearts that I don't normally get.
жизнь.
But the other reason why I needed to pick up that heart container here, even though my health generally seemed okay, is that trials coming up. I have Fire Trial, which again is one of those rooms with a heat timer like Fire Temple. And so I need at least like, I guess, I don't know how much exactly you need, but 4 doesn't fill me with confidence.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much you need either.
So we've got some cutscenes here. Donations are cool.
We have a $20.13 donation from Michelle154. Happy 3 years, Dan. I'm so proud of you and so excited to watch you run. Thanks to all the staff, volunteers, attendees, and runners for such a wonderful event.
Love you, Michelle. She's back there on the couch. She came with me, learned a lot about speedrunning this week. Not this couch, the one behind that. None of these guys.
$50 donation from MS. I know this isn't very much, but this donation serves as a huge thank you to Danny, the couch, and those phenomenal Navi impressions that have made this OOT run so magical. Thank you all for taking me along with you on this nostalgic journey that has made such a mundane Friday night an amazing one. Cheers! A $50 donation from Ratpack M. So happy to see a glitchless OOT run. None of that 15-minute any percent stuff.
Теперь мы получили
Old-fashioned movement abuse.
все
Good luck to all the remaining runners.
медальоны.
And thank you to everyone who makes GDQ happen.
Нам осталось только закончить игру.
Torcha is the current world record.
Достаточно сложные будут испытания в замке
$25 donation from
Геннона.
Riki. Was afraid I would miss the Ocarina of Time run, but managed to make it home in time for the hype. Here's to a great run.
Тут нам дадут стрелы
Hype. Okay, there we go.
световые.
$40 donation from PhilOld09. Ocarina of Time is a classic. It's amazing to be seen live. Good luck to the runner and kill those animals. $40 donation from Leah. Had to donate during one of my favorite games. Ocarina of Time is what first got me interested in speedrunning, and I'm never not amazed by the sheer number of tricks and optimizations that have been found in the game. Good luck on the run, and let's kill those animals. Chris Armstrong donated $50 and said simply, both this game and my childhood have been destroyed by this run. I approve. $300 anonymous donation. Love Zelda, but Diablo needs more moo. And that is actually a donation incentive that is, let me refresh, not quite met yet. We're, I think, still just under half of that $25,000 goal. And the Pokemon Blue is also way, way away from that goal. We still need over $35,000 for that. So let's keep getting those donations in. A $50 donation from Micro Reality. Been looking forward to SGDQ ever since AGDQ. I've never played Ocarina, too busy playing StarCraft probably. So I'm very much enjoying watching the glitchless run. Good luck, Danny B.
Да, народу не так много, похоже, в зале. Потому что время 4 ночи. Нет, 2 ночи. И, возможно, многие ушли спать.
The suspense.
Это Pepsi Man? В кубочках нет?
It's Link.
И Импа натренировала Зельду, и она стала шейком.
If you haven't played this game, look away now.
Где сегодня играли, не смотрите сейчас.
Oh my god, it's Peach.
А нет, это Пич. Это Пич. А это Зельда.
So I guess I'll take a minute here to talk about myself, how I got into speedrunning. I started watching speedruns of this game in 2013, and I tried a couple glitchless runs.
Он смотрел
and I
спидраны в
think my
2013.
time was like 8 hours for the first one,
И
6.5
первый раз, когда я
hours for the
проходил эту
second
игру,
one.
было
And they weren't so
8
much
часов
speedruns as much
speedrun,
as just me playing through the
glitches,
game from my childhood memory.
а потом 6,5.
But I really liked it, and then when I finished school in 2014, I started to devote a lot of time to it. I started streaming in September of 2014, and
В
it's been a really cool
2014 в
year and a half,
сентябре я
almost 2
начал
years.
проходить эту игру.
And I had the world
как
record for this
speedrun.
category
И у
for
меня
about
был
3 months before Makai took it, and he's
мировой
currently
рекорд по
11
этой
seconds
игре.
ahead of me with a 3:38.10.
И
And most of
перед
my
тем,
streams
как
lately have been devoted to
Макай
me
взял,
shaving off 12 seconds or more, hopefully getting at least 22 seconds or more
отнял
to
мой
3:37.
мировой рекорд. И
But
сказал,
the
что
grind for this
может
category has been really cool, and I've learned a lot about the game since then. And then
ускорить,
a few months ago, I
ускориться
started to branch
местами.
out and learn other things because glitchless, while it's really good and it teaches you basic skills and movement mechanics and stuff like that, there's so much more
Он
to
говорит,
learn about
что в
this game.
целом
Some of that you'll see
этот
in a
забег,
little while
эта
with the
категория
Glitchless
учит
exhibition.
нас
But I started to learn other
стандартным движением
categories,
в
and
этой
I set a
игре.
goal for myself. By the end of 2016, I wanted to be top 10 in every category in this game. And so between February and May, I actually got top 10 in 7 out of the 10 categories that I've been working on. Currently working on any percent. I've got about 30 seconds left to shave off before top 10 there. And then the only 2 remaining categories are the two categories which are fastest on Nintendo 64 instead of the Wii, which I'm used to. So I was saving those for last, and that'll be Ganonless and 100% coming up, hopefully.
Тут
by
Генон
the end of this
понимает,
year. So I'm really
что,
excited to be
оказывается,
able to
Шейк
set goal, getting top 10 and
принцесса,
everything.
точнее принцесса, передавая магию
Talking about the community and
Линку.
getting into running, and also sort of responding to a
Принцесса
comment
Зельда,
from earlier,
передавая
somebody that said they were
магию
gonna take out their
Линку.
Zelda cartridge and play and try some of these tricks. I wanted to say that like anybody who's considering doing that, you should
Как это
totally go
сказать
for it.
правильно?
There are tons of
Выходит из
tutorials out there on
маскировки,
YouTube,
и
all of our
Генон ее
channels.
находит.
There's a couple dozen OT runners back there. Come to our Twitch channels, ask us questions. We'll totally help you. More OT runners, the better. So if you're thinking about giving it a go, definitely do so.
Yeah, this game can be really daunting to learn just because of how much stuff there is to know. I mean, I'm still learning things every week. I'll find something that I've never seen before in my entire life, and then I'll ask people, and someone will explain it to me. And, like everyone, as a collective, knows so many things, and it really helps out to get better and learn about the game.
Мне говорят, что мы все будем рады вам, тем людям, которые захотят спидранить
So coming up on the final section here.
Ocarina времени.
The trials are really fun. They're unique.
Приходите на
Just a
стрим.
bunch of really small mini dungeons in a row. And I guess something I want to talk about here is equips, because I'm going to be changing out my equips really frequently, almost every room.
Задавайте
or
вопросы,
every trial.
они с радостью на
And,
них ответят.
Memorizing your equips and memorizing how to move your cursor through the pause menu to best set those equips is actually really important, and it's something that a lot of people don't pay attention to. You know, there's, I don't know how many equips there are on this run. There's got to be over 50. But, you know, if I lose a second or two per equip just because I'm not used to it and I don't have the muscle memory right down, that's already like a minute and a half of my run gone just because I lost a second per equip. So it's something that you really should pay attention to. It's one of those really minor things.
Он
that
объясняет,
ends up costing a
что
lot over the course of the run.
оптимизация в этой игре очень важна, что если я хоть где-то ошибусь в том, что мне положить в инвентарь,
Alright, so something I need to pay attention to is I
и,
don't
допустим, я буду
use
ошибаться
magic
каждый раз,
that
то я
hurt.
потеряю
Something I cast
около
at the end of Shadow
2
Temple that I
минут
don't usually
просто
cast. Usually
с
a full
3,
magic here, so I'll
с
have to
почти
make sure to
4-часового
extra
забега.
magic pot.
Поэтому очень важно
So this
помнить,
room without fire arrows.
очень важно помнить, куда, какие предметы нужно раскладывать.
Not hard. Now, if I were to kill that Wolfos, I'd get a treasure chest spawning. That treasure chest is not useful at all. Nice equip. See, this is what I was talking about.
Get away from. Oh my! He just pushed me off the door.
Reset.
Alright, so we are doing this hover bootless, which is a little bit tricky.
И
So that
поскольку у
fan
нас
gave me a little boost
нету
there. Nice.
сапог левитации, это кому-то будет немного сложновато.
Wow, the BMOS is strong right now.
Yeah, bad manners from the BMOS. Alright, but that was fairly.
100% было бы всего минут на 40, я бы сказал. Дольше. Я бы сказал, что... Как это правильно? Я бы сказал, что она была бы интересней. Ясно, наша трансляция встала. Сейчас я просто перезапущу ее. Нужно немножко подождать. Блин, я забыл, как выводить этот строку. X. Теперь нужно найти Discord. Была команда. Нашел. Вот и
Launch
все.
out the sky. Fill up on magic.
Не, я не залипаю, просто рассказывать действительно нечего об этой игре. Я поспал специально перед этим забегом.
Alright. So, I still got hammer type damage stored to my sword because I haven't swung my sword.
И он объясняет, что у него до сих пор
So that rusted switch over there
сохранен урон в мече.
is
Сохранен он
or
с
not.
молота.
That was supposed to be a side hop, not a jump slash, so I'm going to just reline up here.
So because he jump slashed with the sword, it overwrote the storage of the hammer.
И сейчас он потратил несколько секунд.
Alright, so I'm
И он
going
мог бы сейчас при помощи меча зажать этот свич,
So, no, what
который
was supposed to
зажимается
happen was
только
I was
при
supposed to just
помощи
stab,
молота.
stab the switch
Но
with my
поскольку
sword,
он
and it would have worked.
ошибся в нажатии кнопок,
Also, that torch is really weird. The top half of that torch like doesn't exist. That's rough. I'll need to pick up
то
magic in light trial now.
он должен немножко по-другому все сделать.
So next is fire.
Гуся на черном экране. А я, слушай, не смог бы нарисовать гуся на черном экране. Проблема в
The
том,
tough part
что
about this run is that trials are pretty
uh,
demanding as far as like remembering all of your equips, and it's really fast paced. There's a lot of
проблема
stuff
в том,
going on.
что
And at the end of a run like this, something so demanding is kind of draining. So if you notice, you know, been a
Как
little
это
bit messy,
называется?
not unheard of.
And as Denby mentioned earlier, like when you're grinding
Проблема в том,
runs
что...
for a
Хотя нет, в
PB,
принципе, мог бы.
most of them don't make it to the end. You end up resetting early,
Ну,
you're in the
типа
middle.
так как-то, да? В целом, да.
So just not as many runs get to trials, so you don't practice trials as often unless you
Технические
specifically make time
неполадки.
to practice
Гуси
it.
сошли. Гусь взлетел, просто надо было его немножко успокоить. И теперь нет гусей. В этой комнате надо забрать около 8, по-моему, или 10 серебряных монет, чтобы открыть.
I could jump slash to avoid grabbing that edge, but it's scary. And I have to redo the whole room if I missed it.
So you can see this timer is a little bit tight. That's why we're getting enough heart containers
Таймер опасен,
and making sure the NBA has enough
может
health
убить нас.
before we enter fire trial.
Но пока что все в порядке.
Alright, so I know Light Trial has a magic pot at the end. Light Trial is pretty weird. It's like, I mean, there's no light dungeon, so it doesn't really have anything to draw on. So it's just a bunch of invisible enemies, and then you play, what's it called, Zelda's Lullaby on a Triforce symbol one time, and then you just avoid some boulders. It's like, I don't know, they gave it to the intern. It's really boring.
Мы заставляем людей
But we see
писать
people throwing
в
everything.
Твич-чате. Это все люркеры, которые не хотят писать. Теперь не пишут.
So there's all these chests, and you're like, okay, maybe one of them has a key, but they're all traps or rupees. You need to kill all the invisible
Нам
enemies.
нужно убить всех невидимых врагов
All in hearts.
по жизни.
I wonder what to do here. Alright, so the next
Сложная
room,
комната, которую
there
нужно
actually is
успеть
something
в
kind of
колыбель.
interesting about the next room.
Очень сложная.
And that's that if you're fast, you can make a boulder cycle that is kind of tough to make. So I'm going to try to stay ahead of these boulders.
Сюжет вкратце будет сложно рассказать.
That one in particular. And also every time I enter one of these
Сюжет
alcoves, the
каждой
camera
Зельды о
changes in a
том,
really-
что
Oh, okay.
Линк
A really crappy way. So
приходит,
to,
рождается в мир и
expect what the camera's going to do is kind of integral to doing that.
сражается с
So I don't
Гэноном,
have enough magic to shoot a light arrow, so I have to
а
do a
Зельда
couple
ему
extra rolls
помогает.
here to take that.
Как-то так.
And that chest that spawned after you played Zelda's Lullaby, if you stand under it while it's falling, you can void.
That's right.
So we have one more trial. Only Spirit is left. Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Осталась
For a second
последняя
there, I was
дверь.
like, or maybe I'm terribly wrong and I miscounted.
Наверное. А может быть еще две. Вроде бы он в лесной еще не был.
Easy feat either. So there's more silver rupees to collect. It's kind of a theme.
Ну, вообще, в этой игре действительно достаточно открытый мир. Даже при том, что заставляет двигаться по сюжету, но иначе как, по-другому никак.
It's actually nice if that last spiky thing hits him and bounces him back towards the door.
Also, fun fact, this is the only place in the entire game where you're required to have bomb shoes. To go through that little hole in the top of the wall.
И это единственное
Gonna fill up on magic
сюжетное
just to be safe.
место по сюжету, в котором нам действительно нужна
So,
бомбчу
This or that
или
fire
катающаяся
arrows
бомба.
is also
Я
not
не
that
знал
hard,
этого
but it's a
факта,
little
но
outside the
приятно
box.
знать теперь.
Barely make that shot. Nice. Alright, and the final equip of the game is hammer, light arrows, and a bottle. That bottle equip is optional, but it'll be useful later. hammer and light arrows are actually the only 2 items I need.
Осталось минут 10. Еще вроде бы одно испытание, триал.
And we have a bunch of enemies to fight before we get to Ganondorf.
И потом будет бесконечное поднимание по лестницам. Карабкание по лестницам. А нет, все уже, вроде все двери, значит. Карабкаться по лестницам до босса.
I'm really happy that in this first room you don't need to worry about all these keys, because if I actually had to kill all these keys, that'd be really boring. So these first 2 enemies are pretty trolly. They're very agile. So the best thing to do is to charge up a Great Spin, and you can get both of them twice. Nice quick spins. Nice, okay.
Быстро убиваем. Он говорит, ну вроде бы достаточно быстро.
If you notice, I quick spin a couple times there, and he actually jumped away fast enough to avoid the damage. And that happens quite a lot.
And then more stealthos.
Еще скелетики.
Is what would have run
Don't go
without
in the
more
fire.
stealthos.
Использовать прицеливание на этих скелетах почти что бесполезно. Они очень сильны.
Okay, so shoutouts to DF here, who taught me a lot about the game.
Вы видели, что они
But
очень сильные? Они
when I had
просто
the world
следят
record for this
за
category, it
тем,
was a
что если
339.4. I really wanted the 338.
у тебя есть прицел на
after
них,
the run,
то
DF
они
told me
двигаются зеркально
that
нам.
Opening or rolling around that treasure chest instead of backflipping over it saves a half a second. So, would have been 338.
So if things go well, we can kill both of these knuckles simultaneously.
Если все
Have to be
пойдет
a little
хорошо,
bit
то мы
brave and know that their
одновременно их
armor's gonna
положим.
come off and get stunned.
И
Okay.
это было
They
неприятно.
got desynced.
Yeah, so
This guy get ahead.
sometimes it doesn't look like they move away from one another, but your sword hitbox just doesn't connect, and something like that happens.
Yeah. Not really too much you can do about that sometimes. They just desync for no reason that you can really pay attention to.
Thankfully, this is glitchless, and we have a lot of health.
Yeah.
Uh,
In
Повезло,
many
что у
rooms,
нас-
you have less than 4 hearts here, or 4, and you die from 1 hit.
Без гличей забег. Как бы мы могли умереть моментально, поскольку они наносят 4, что ли, урона за раз. А у нас обычно
so
даже
all we
4
have
сердец
left
нет.
is Ganondorf.
И осталось только садиться с Геннендорфом.
Baby is
2
gonna try to
раза.
one-cycle this fight. It's pretty challenging. He needs to stab with quite good timing to keep Ganondorf stunned.
Эпичный момент. Сидит,
Maybe we
играет
can do it
на...
So you gotta hit him 10 times. He's got 40 health each.
Блин, я же
each
забыл,
crouch
как
stab does
называется
4
этот
damage
инструмент.
from jump slashes.
Ужас, я все забываю.
And each time I stab him, after the 3rd stab, he's gonna try to get up. But I think I have 2 or 3 frames. I'm not sure exactly how many. But if I crouch stab within that small window, he will stay down. So if I can hit that 2 or
Орган.
3 frame
О,
window
вспомнил.
7
Отлично.
times in a row after the first 3, which are free.
короче,
I will
нас
be able to
хилит,
one-cycle him.
чтобы-
Otherwise, I gotta play tennis twice.
Да, спасибо, я уже вроде вспомнил. Он
times,
нас хилит,
depending how many
чтобы
times I fail.
битва была равной. Синтезатор. Хе-хе-хе. Сейчас барган синтезатором назвать.
It's also a good time to mention that in glitchless, a lot of boss fights are actually a bit more difficult than in glitched categories, because ISG, which is the infinite sword glitch, which is the glitch that does damage on every frame automatically, sort of does that timing work for you. And so the moment that he can be hit, he will be hit if you have ISG. So I have to actually deal with timing, whereas ISG sort of takes care of it.
But interestingly enough,
Нам нужно
despite the fact that ISG is easier,
будет
it's actually
отбить атаку.
slightly slower.
И, скорее
So
всего,
it takes time to get ISG.
There's
будет
that
легко.
bottle.
Сохраняем удар от меча. Промазал удар.
Dang.
Еще 2 удара промазал. Это плохо.
Yeah, the reason for the bottle is if you use your sword, there's less frames. The bottle takes forever to swing, and it just happens to reflect.
Okay.
Nice.
Отлично, с этого раза.
So 2 cycles there is not the worst
Никогда не
thing.
видел, чтобы
Especially because you don't actually have to play
отбивали
tennis. If you jump to the center
электрический,
platform, he
это
gets
вот
hit pretty much every
электрический
time on
выстрел
one volley.
при помощи бутылки.
So it doesn't waste
Это
too much
интересная
time.
стратегия.
On rare occasions, though, the lightning ball will sort of go behind Ganondorf and then magically slingshot back towards you. So you have to be ready. Many runs have died to lightning balls to the face.
Ну,
With the bottle,
осталось
it's actually never
добежать.
happened to me. Some people, instead of using the bottle, what they do is they jump to the center platform and quick spin, and for the entire time that you have the blue light around you from the spin attack, you can reflect the ball. I don't do that just because I'm
Добежать до
terrible
самого
at quick
низа.
spins, so. But when people do that, I've actually found it more likely for him to return one volley, and then you have to be ready for a second quick spin. So the tower collapse, I will not be hessing to impress. Which means, of course, that I have to fight Stalfos again. There's a lot of lag here. If you notice, I'm moving pretty slowly.
У меня был один раз,
Pretty
что
sure
я
that's from
опоздал и не
Ganondorf's
успел
body
вовремя.
lying up there.
Это все
In
из-за того,
particular, maybe his
что
cape.
мы будем
Because if you void
встречаться,
out, like if you
по-моему,
jump into
где-то
the
2
void and
раза
reload, his body's gone and you don't
с
have any lag
врагами.
there. And that's actually pretty important to any percent runs who do have to Hess here, because it's really laggy and you have to learn it with, or you have to learn the Hess with the lag. And if you happen to void out, then you don't have lag and it's very different. So if you notice on some of these bars, see this purple light that she puts up when she gets rid of the gate for me? If I shoot a light arrow at the gate, the yellow halo that shows up from my arrow
Никто не знает, нужно
overrides
быть
her
за
purple one.
принцессу
Also, I can't get by her right now.
в Новой Зельде.
And
Не
I'm
во
not
всех
really sure how
зельдах, на
important it is
самом
on
деле, нужно
PC,
спасать
but I've been
принцессу.
told on N64 the purple lags more than the yellow. And so it's a small lag reduction strat to shoot a light arrow.
Просто
Here,
во
I'll show it
многих
here, even
зельдах
though I don't need
приходится
to.
спасать Зельду.
See, there's no purple that time. I've never really found it to make a difference on Virtual Console, though. All right, here's the Stalfos.
Еще одна драка.
This is the most snowing Stalfos fight, typically, because they like to hide behind the fire rock and in the fire.
No.
Also Zelda.
Stop dancing. Please. Oh my goodness. Please.
Будет очень смешно, если
Yeah, so sometimes if they just keep dancing and they don't
Слишком
do
долго
anything,
будет
it can be
сажаться.
really slow. I'm exiting this room at 158. My fastest is
не
212, so I
успеет в
just lost
конец.
like 14 seconds to an optimal Stalfos fight.
будет очень смешно.
Some strats you
Было
can
бы
do to
очень
mitigate
смешно.
that. If you target a Stalfos, I think he's more likely to become aggressive. But I
И
personally
как
just don't
Зельда
like that
поможет?
strat,
Она
so
в
I
этом,
avoid it.
в огне. Как я и говорил, мирового рекорда не будет.
On this
Мы
staircase, it's
закончим
important to not run too fast. In particular, don't roll.
3:43, я
because
предполагаю.
if you get ahead of Zelda, she will stop because she thinks you're too far behind when you're actually too far ahead, and then you have to backtrack to catch up with
Если
her.
вы убежите слишком далеко от Зельды, вперед, она остановится, и она, потому что ее компьютер будет думать, что вы слишком далеко от
That
Зельды, в
redead
смысле
is
того, что
useless. He doesn't
отстали.
know what he's doing, really.
Это будет смешно.
During this tower collapse cutscene coming up, if you listen really closely,
Он справился.
It saves 2 frames, okay?
So that was the kiss.
yeah,
If you get in a very particular position, Zelda pushes into you and pushes you into the load. Danny B cheated and used the setup though.
It's okay.
if you listen closely during this cutscene, because we're on VC, they actually delayed the audio for N64, but VC doesn't lag as much, so it gets desynced. It's kind of funny.
Кастовать защиту? Нет, она не кастует защиту.
And this cutscene actually lags depending on how much debris there is flying around, which is random. And so it can lag more or less and affect your best split on Ganon. Something that was known to people who tasked this game, but not really to the general community until Torch's Fast Wii was discovered recently.
Had to do it. It's final fight.
So that power crouch stab with the hammer, or with the sword that was supposed to store hammer damage in Shadow Trial, I'm going to be doing that again here, because the way Ganon works is everything does 1 damage to Ganon, except for the Master
Все,
Sword
что
and Dingus Sticks, as
угодно,
far as any percent
наносит
goes, but I can't use
1
Dingus
урон
Sticks here.
Генандорфу.
So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to store a Master Sword Jump Slash before the
Я
fight,
сохраню
and then when the fight
урон
starts, I
от
won't have my Master
меча.
Sword, of course, because Ganon knocks it away.
Меч я, конечно же,
But
потеряю,
if I stab
но
with
у
my hammer,
меня
I'll be able to do Master Sword type damage with the hammer,
сохранен урон
and do 4 damage
меча
on each of 3 stabs,
при
and
помощи
finish
такого
the
удара,
first phase where he has 10 health,
удара в пушке.
where otherwise it would take 10
И я
hits.
использую молот, чтобы использовать урон от меча. Сейчас мы это увидим.
Fun fact, if you super slide into this cutscene and hold your shield up the whole time, you can keep your sword here,
Конечно же, вы
which
можете
is a good
сохранить
strat
меч,
people
если
use
бы вы
in
увидели
several glitched runs. Especially when
любой
they don't have the
процент
hammer to help out.
или 100%.
I've always kind of wished that this fight was a bit more epic to end the game, but we just roll under his legs and stab him in the tail.
Хотелось бы увидеть эту великую эпичную битву как-нибудь по-другому,
Alright,
а
so time's coming
не
up
простыми
in
ковырками
about
под
45
ногами.
seconds.
Он нам обещает, что осталось где-то 45 секунд, то есть это будет 3:43:50. Последний удар вроде бы.
Clean, that was good. Alright, so that's glitchless. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Это
So
была
I guess coming up next is
Zelda,
Vickers'
любой
Glitch
пацан.
Exhibition, and that's going to be really exciting. I know you guys
Без
are all sleepy because it's
гличей.
late, but you should definitely stay up and watch it because he worked hard on making it really cool. And just as a little introduction to show you what glitches are all about and to prove that I can actually do them. Time right there.
И он
3:43:55.
дважды
Okay.
использовал гличи, что делает этот забег
3:43 is not so
неправильным,
bad.
и поэтому
I
можно
guess my
было
estimate is
бы
3:45, so I came in under even with all the safety strats. So I'm pretty happy with that. So thanks so much for having me, guys.
Так что
Really
можно
had a lot
сделать
of fun.
резет
And I
и
guess
начать
Pit's coming up next with the
заново.
Glitch Exhibition, so stick around.
Это конец для Зельды. Ocarina времени.
That was an absolutely amazing show of endurance there. I don't know how many
Действительно
people sit and
скучноватый
continuously
забег,
perform for 3 hours and 43 minutes. So
поскольку
thank you
трюков
very
очень
much
мало.
one more time.
Но в любом случае, это замечательная игра,
as
и
Danny B said,
первые
we have the
2
Glitch
часа
Exhibition.
пролетели очень быстро,
But while we're setting up
потому
for
что
that
мы
one,
видели
remind
интересные
you, if all you tuned
катсцены,
in or who tuned in during that run, we are Summer
и было еще
Games
что
Done
рассказывать.
Right 2016.
В оставшиеся
We are
2
raising
часа
money
было
for Doctors
сложно
Without
что-то
Borders.
придумать.
We passed the $750,000 mark during that run, which makes us 3/4 of the way to $1 million donated. We still
Нет, не все
have,
Зельды унылые.
23 hours to go, so hopefully we can hit that by then. But let's read some donations First, we're going to go to a quick Twitch ad as we are sponsored by Twitch.
Dude, I always thought you guys were the end. I'm like, yeah. Okay. Well, then this is us three.
All right, welcome back. Thanks for that awesome Twitch ad. We are again sponsored by Twitch here at Summer Games Done Quick. We've got a whole bunch of donations that I didn't get a chance to read because that was such an awesome run. First, we have a $200 anonymous donation. Hey, listen! I have nothing useful to say. Thank you, Navi. $50 donation from Volkner. Ocarina of Time was a highlight of my childhood. It makes me super happy to see you guys playing it in order to help those who need it. A $100 donation from Triage. Just got off a 15-hour shift at a hospital. So excited to see a Zelda speedrun that actually features the game. I look forward to these marathons every year. Thanks! $20 donation from Rain Time. This Ocarina of Time run is hitting me right in the nostalgia, so I just had to donate. Thanks so much for making my Friday night. We're so glad to do so. The Truth donates $20 to say, awesome runs this SGDQ so far. Have never seen a glitchless OOT run, and I'm loving it. Also enjoyed seeing the love KOTOR finally got at this event. Keep up the great work and save the sprites! Save the animals! $50 donation from Karma Z. Third time watching a GDQ event. Wasn't really into speedrunning before finding out about these. You guys are absolutely incredible. Keep it up and keep crushing those games. Going on a 15-hour workday, but GDQ has gotten me through the long day quite nicely. Ocarina of Time is an N64 childhood favorite/classic, but put this money towards the cowl level in Diablo 2. Quite possibly my favorite game of all time. Incredible job by all the runners, announcers, and staff.
Alright, what's up guys? My name is Pit Icarus. I speedrun Ocarina of Time. And today I'm going to be giving you guys
Сегодня вы увидите,
Ocarina of Time glitches.
почувствуете и прочувствуете все гличи и баги в этой игре. Отличный геймплей. Вы можете увидеть этого призрака По. И это ее зовут Мэг. Ну, мы с ней немножко поиграемся. Мы используем Din Fire для этого. Нам придется попробовать еще раз. И этот трюк исполняется идеально в кадр. Нужно будет использовать магию в тот момент после того, как закончится круговой удар. Да, у него получится. И наш клон ушел, а мы еще здесь. И мы уже видели Мэг. И мне кажется, она умножилась. Ее стало больше. И на Nintendo 64 это вызывает ужасные лаги. И давайте попробуем сделать это еще раз. И он опять должен, у него должно опять получиться. Да, у него получилось. И теперь их должно быть, получается, умноженные на 2, мне интересно. А, нет, 12. Просто плюс 4. Мы играем в американскую... А, не, в европейскую вроде бы пал вершин. Да, тут будет 3 настоящих Мэг. И, ух ты, и комнату мы тоже дублировали. И мы пойдем в следующую комнату храма. Тоже трюк в один кадр. Он используется в 100%. Но вот здесь конкретно он не используется, насколько я помню. Отлично. Мы проскакиваем в кадр телепортирующиеся платформы и заходим в дверь.
All right.
Nice.
Okay, so you can kind of hear Meg crying in the background if you listen really closely, but we're super done with her at this point. Like, we've seen way too much of her.
Мы слышим Мэг на заднем плане, но она нам не нужна, она нам не интересна. У нас есть еще более интересные баги и ключи.
Alright, and this glitch is known as rocket chest, and we
О,
kind of
этот
just
баг известен как ракетный...
really high.
Как это
And
называется?
we go to what we believe to be the game's max height.
Ракетный сундук.
And
Сундук
on
ракетница.
N64 it actually crashes if you go to the top, so I'm just gonna kind of get off here a little bit early. And we're falling really far right now, and I wasn't even on it for half the time you can be on it.
И мы поднимаемся на самый верх теории.
Alright,
А
enough of
теперь
this. We're gonna use Far's Wind and we're warping to Water Temple now.
телепортируемся обратно в
And now I'm gonna try
водяную...
to die on the same frame that I long shot this target here. So I have to do
Водяной
it 8
темпл.
frames after
Храм
the timer
водяной.
hits 1.
Нам нужно
But
выстрелить хуком
the
в
cool
тот
thing
момент,
is
когда мы
every time I
умираем
hit
под водой.
pause, it'll move the timer 1 frame, even if I'm not actually moving 1 frame of the game. So all I have to do is buffer down from 2 to 1, and then count 8 pauses. So 8 to go.
Буферизация. Вот ему 8 раз
You
есть
guys
делать.
didn't get to see all this in glitchless. Look at all this pause. It's the best.
All right, so now we go really high up.
И мы опять
And,
поднимаемся
because
очень
we slipped
высоко.
through the top there, we just kind of keep going until we revive. And we did this because I don't really know where to go in Water Temple, so I kind of wanted to have a good top-down view here.
Вау. Можно увидеть всю карту сверху.
Yeah, so if you guys thought that Water Temple was annoying
Nice land.
casually, it's not really a big deal here. And now we can kind of see where we want to go. And I guess I kind of want to go down to those torches, but there's like a bunch of walls here, so I'm not really sure how I'm going to do it.
И тут очень
Probably
много
just mess
стенок.
around
Я
on
даже
the
не
bombs or
знаю, как
something.
добраться до тех светильников снизу.
Oh,
Alright, and I did a glitch here called a weird shot.
Здесь мы использовали глич «Странный выстрел».
Shoot through the ground if you do a weird shot, so I just did that down here. Alright, now my buddy, Bob the Tech-Tite, coming over here.
Hi, Bob.
Привет, Боб. Ты нам сегодня поможешь?
Alright, so I went up. Oh.
Whoa.
Okay, I don't want to kill
Bob.
Bob,
И
come back.
нам нельзя убить
My
Боба.
boy.
Подходи, Боб.
Alright,
Давай.
alright. So I went up in Water Temple to explore, and now it's his turn.
Bye, Bob.
So
И мы отправили его на самый верх.
he kind of clicked through the top.
Он
too,
тоже
yeah.
пошел посмотреть на карту сверху.
So he's not coming back.
Он
I'm
не
sorry,
вернется.
Bob.
Он не вернется.
He's kind of gone now.
We set him free.
Пропащий Боб.
Alright, so next I'm going to be doing a glitch called Action Swap, and it's going to allow me to get a bottle on my B button. So I kind of know where I want to go in Water Temple, but I don't have any of the small keys. But if you look at this item in my inventory, it says Bomb Bag holds 20, and that's because I opened the chest in Dodongo's Cavern after I already RBA'd a Bomb Bag. So when I pull it out, the text says, it looks like this item doesn't work here, and I kind of beg to differ, because if I drop my fish here with the item on my C right button,
Эта
it gives me
вещь не
20 Water
работает.
Temple small keys. And then if I catch it, it'll give me
Если я
25.
поймаю ее,
So I
это
can
даст
just
мне
repeat this process,
25
use the keys,
ключей.
drop my fish, catch my fish, and I'll have unlimited Water Temple small
И у
keys.
меня будет бесконечное количество
So next, I want
ключей
to
от
save warp
этого
here. And
подземелья.
I saved warp with bottle on B button, and I'm gonna spawn in water, so it's gonna give me a blank B button,
Всё
which will be
благодаря-
useful later. And what's actually interesting is if I pause here, I won't have the Master Sword in my inventory,
Всё
so I'm
благодаря
actually gonna save warp
бутылке.
one more time to get that back, and I'll still have a blank B button. And you can read a donation now or something while I set up this next trick.
Certainly. Mentosman 8 donates
И
$100.
мне нужно подготовиться к
says,
следующему
"Great
трюку,
OOT
поэтому
run.
можете
I'm glad I
посчитать пару
managed to catch some
пожертвований.
after work. Here's to the 1 million dream and the dream of killing all the animals." Another one's fine?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah, no problem.
Cool. $50 donation from John Swift. Totally forgot to donate during the run, but here it is. Great to actually see the game for once. Save the animals.
All right, so next I'm going to be going on to
Итак, сейчас
Hyrule
мы
Field.
собираемся отправиться на поле Хайрул.
A really cool glitch, but I don't want to really give anything away just yet.
И это будет
All-
очень
all you need to
классный
know
глич.
is
Все, что вам нужно
It's
знать.
really cool,
Оно просто
and
суперское.
you're really gonna like it.
И вам очень понравится.
We're gonna be piling
Really
on a
cool.
couple glitches here, and it's gonna be looking really cool. So, first off, I need to call Epona.
Прежде всего, нам нужно
We did
позвать
not see the
Ипону,
glitches from, and we
наша
really like
лошадь.
her because she's really cool. All right. So,
Итак,
I don't have anything on my B
у
button.
меня
so
ничего нет на
when I
кнопке
climb
Б.
Epona here, I can use
И
other
мы
items while
погоним
I'm
с
on
Ипоной.
Epona. So, if I hit my Ocarina
Если
button,
я использую
I'll just kinda
Окарину,
dive off Epona here.
и
And then if
я
I walk
застряну
around, I'm controlling Epona here, and this is known as remote control Epona.
я застряну на своей лошади
Next I'm gonna
и смогу
kinda
управлять
stack
ею
glitches
при
on top of this here.
помощи дистанционного управления. Это легально.
All right. Next I'm gonna be doing a glitch known as swimming on land. And well, we're swimming on land. This is the easiest way to
Будем
explain it.
плавать на земле.
So now we're doing swimming on land, remote
Вот так вот
control
мы
Epona. But it
плаваем
doesn't
на
really
земле
end there.
и
It gets much
еще
better.
управляем нашей лошадью. И давайте попробуем еще что-нибудь.
So I kind of call this riding around town.
И я называю это кататься по городу.
And if you look
Like
at
a boss. Like
Nick's
a
hand
boss.
here, he's kind of having a good time.
Dude, come on,
И
baby.
еще я возьму бомбу.
Can you not take damage?
No, you can't.
И могу ли я получить урон? Нет, не могу.
Pull the hammer too.
Я могу подержать мой большой молот. Cup of Pride.
And I can pull the hammer here, and he's kind of stuck. I can pull a bomb. And then when I pull another bomb, he doesn't even like move his hands again. It just kind of appears in his hands.
Мне даже не нужно
Alright,
поднимать
so
руки,
this
чтобы
glitch was pretty cool, but,
чтобы брать
kinda done
бомбу.
with it at this point. So,
Good
gonna
game.
hit Ocarina
Like a
again.
boss.
But during all this time, we kind of lost track of Epona. Where's she at?
И где-то была
I
Ипона,
guess we're
куда
just
же она
gonna have to
делась?
return to her.
Нам
Oh,
придется
hi there.
вернуться к ней. Опа. Иди.
So, we're gonna get the full
my
use of Epona
hose.
here and
This
ride
is
to our next
amazing.
location. And now I'm gonna
И здесь
dive
мы
off of
закончили.
Epona one more time
И я попробую еще раз
and just kinda walk
нырнуть
away
в
so you can see
лошадь.
her run away too. All right.
Я
So next
убегу
I'm
от
doing
нее.
a hyper-extended super slide here, just to save a
Убегу
little bit
от
of time.
лошади. Та-та-та-та-та.
Nice.
Это Хэс
And,
с Hyper Extended
This makes
Super
it go really
Slide.
fast.
Супер удлиненный
This
прокат.
is Grotto. It's around here. All right, there we are.
Так, у нас
Okay,
есть
this next
дырка,
trick is-
и она открылась при помощи
It's
молота.
it's pretty precise.
нас есть
I-
трюк,
it's
и
like
он
probably
достаточно
3
сложный.
frame inputs. It's at least 2, probably 3. All right. I need my sword. That's why I double save warped. Oh, my camera panned on me. We're just gonna have to re-enter
Нам
here.
придется перезайти, потому что камера неправильно себя повела.
All right.
И он пауз бафферит. Сейчас мы увидим, что он хочет.
All right.
Что он хочет.
That should work. So now I get damaged at the same time this kid grabs me. And well, we can kind of move around while he's on us now.
И он может
So first I
перещаться.
gotta kill his friend.
Прежде всего, нам нужно убить его друга.
And now we're
И теперь
gonna Hess again.
мы собираемся
And well, he
использовать
can't really keep up with us, so he's just gonna kind of be floating around
бесконечное
here.
скольжение. И он будет летать вокруг нас. Что-то типа того.
All right.
Нормально все.
He's just trying to hang out.
Yeah, he's having a good time. All right. So, next up is a very classic glitch.
И это следующий
But first,
глич будет очень классический.
yeah, it's really easy to clip into stuff in
Просто
this game.
проскочим
All right.
при помощи
You'll
кривых
hear the
углов
Nair's love sounds in the background while I play this game.
в галерею. Галерею стрельбы.
All right, so he
Итак,
doesn't give me a quiver.
он не
And
дает
that's
мне...
because I RBA'd a quiver 20, and the game checks
Он
to
не
see if
дает
you've prepared your
мне
quiver 40 to decide what he wants to give you. And well, we can kind of
колчан на
pick
20.
him up. And I'll just leave him
Потому
right
что я
here.
уже взял колчан на
They
20.
kind of didn't give him a lower body
И
either.
поэтому я смогу его просто
Push
взять и
him around
поднять
a
его.
little bit too.
Можем его немножко подвинуть. Как вы видите, у него нет
So
задней
next,
части
I'm going to be
туловища.
setting up a glitch called Bottle
Вот такой вот
Adventure.
интересный
And
персонаж,
basically,
этот
all it
NPC.
does is it puts items that are not a sword on your B button. And earlier I set up this file by save warping with a bottle on my B button, and they gave me a stick on my B button.
Я телепортировался
And because I
сюда
have 0 sticks, I can just swipe over the stick
с
and get
палкой
a bottle on my B button
за
again
место
right away.
меча. И теперь я поставил
Door of time skip.
бутылку за место палки.
All right. So, Bottle Adventure starts by going back in time with a bottle on your B button as adult, and then it'll check whatever item is on your C right button as young Link. And the item on my C right button is Big Poe, so it'll be checking how much slingshot ammo I have in my bullet bag, and I have 44 bullets, and that'll give me a certain item.
У меня
Very
есть
appropriate for the donation
44
incentive.
sold out. Ага.
So,
Да. И это
yeah, I
называется
kinda sold out for
программирование.
this donation incentive.
У
And
него
actually, if I use
было
this,
44 выстрела на рогатке, и
it's
это
the
дало
Master
нам вот такую вот надпись на букве атаки. На букве Б, которая атакует. Называется sold out.
Yeah, follow me,
Точнее,
guys. Nice, that's very set
продано. Осталось еще
Alright,
15
so-
минут.
next we're going to be playing with a rock here.
Дальше мы поиграемся с камешком.
Literally playing with DF.
Совсем немножко. Совсем немножко.
Alright, so this rock over here is
И
kind
этот
of dumb and it
камешек,
serves
он глупенький.
no real purpose.
У него
as a
нет такого
speedrunner.
толкового
It doesn't
у него
really
нет
do
толком
anything
скорость,
except get in our way.
смысла.
So we can kind of just like clip through this
Мы
thing.
поэтому просто проскочим
want
через
to.
него. Ну, если захотим, конечно. Опа,
And
включили.
because it's so useless
И поскольку это
I'm
настолько
gonna
бестолковый
use it
трюк,
for a glitch here, I'm just going to kind of throw it really far.
я его просто выкину. Он не нужен.
Alright, so Nair's Love is a super useless item in speedruns. I can't even tell you how useless it is. But in the glitch
Вот эта
exhibition,
способность,
it's
которую я
like my best
использую,
friend. So,
она абсолютно
That's cool.
бесполезна в спидране.
alright, so I'm going to be doing a Nair's Love super slide.
Но чтобы показывать гличи, это просто суперская
And now I'm
вещь.
just going to kind of throw the rock from over here.
Я брошу камень вот отсюда.
And you can see it dangling in the air here. It's just, you know, doing its own
Как
thing.
он летит.
And, well, it doesn't exactly go.
Он приземлился
in the
не
same
совсем
spot
там,
either.
где он должен был быть.
Let's see if we can see. Yeah,
Ну,
there it is.
посмотрим. А, вот
What's
он.
up?
Здорово.
Alright,
Dipped it in the lava.
Он упал в
it's
лаву.
just chilling.
Он просто
If
отдыхает.
you actually, if you leave that area and come back in, the rock will it'll be in the intended location, so you only get to enjoy it for a short period of time.
И
there.
если вы покинете
Oh,
эту
selected the wrong file.
местность и...
Major mistake. I need to reset.
Да, я понял.
Maybe time
Если вы
to
покинете
sign up.
эту местность и вернетесь, то камень будет на своем месте.
Alright, so I'm going to be doing the bottle adventure glitch again, except I'm going to be putting a different item on my B button. So I'm going to start off again by
И мы опять
putting a
начнем с
bottle on my B
бутылки.
button.
И бутылка будет у нас за место атаки.
Nice.
Unbuffered again? This guy's a beast.
Tass. Hey, look at that
Someone lock
movement.
this guy up. He's criminal.
Alright, so instead of putting the big Poe on my C right button as child, I'm going to be putting
И
a
вместо того,
bottle
чтобы
of fish
получить,
there. And then that's
положить
gonna point to
большого
how many
призрака в
deku nuts
бутылку
I have
на
in my
кнопку, я
inventory.
положу просто
And
рыбу.
I have 13 deku nuts in my inventory, so
И у
it's
меня
gonna be
13
a different
декунатов.
item this time.
И мы сейчас увидим, что это нам даст, будучи
13
взрослым.
value when doing bottle adventure puts the Far's Wind on your B button. And it's
Я
actually
так
really
перевожу.
useful because Far's Wind is normally restricted to only inside dungeons and not
И
inside
вот
boss
эта
rooms.
вот способность,
But it's
ее разрешено,
really good
ее
outside of
разрешено пользоваться
outside of
только
battle
в
locations, and
пещерах,
I'll give
в
you a couple
данжах
examples why.
и храмах, подземельях и
When it
храмах,
talks about things that
но
point to each other and that it puts it in
вот
certain
таким
places,
образом
it's
мы
basically just
получаем ее
values
в
that he's
свою
manipulating in
руку,
his inventory
на
that-
кнопку
because
атаки.
everything in this game has a value to it, and there's really jank
В этой
ways to
игре
manipulate it.
все
Yeah, this game's
имеет
pretty
свою
complex, honestly.
цифру,
You should check
так
out Zelda
сказать.
speedruns
И
if
если
you have any questions,
у вас
or
есть
message
определенное количество
myself or
предметов,
any other OT on
определенное
Discord
количество
or
предмета,
Twitter. So,
определенного предмета,
Yes, I
So-
love this.
So the game gives you a fixed camera angle here, and so the background
вот это
is just
прикол.
kind of set. So when you're walking around here,
После
the background
телепорта
doesn't change, but you're getting closer and farther from the redeads. So I
картинка фризится, но мы можем
I call
перемещаться.
this the treadmill.
the treadmill.
Yeah.
Выглядит вполне
All right.
прикольно.
So we're gonna backtrack a little bit here,
И мы вернемся немножечко назад.
and I'm gonna be setting Far's Wind and Temple of Time here,
Я оставлю
and we'll come back for this later.
телепортер в храме света, точнее в этом храме.
All right. You can do another donation
Вы пока можете
if
прочитать
you
еще
want while
донатики,
I'm setting up.
если вам интересно.
We have a lot to go through here. We have a $50 donation from Please Book. I've been glued to the stream all week, looking forward to seeing that $1 million mark broken again. Can't wait for that too. Marsha donated $50 and said, going to be dead on my feet at work tomorrow, but totally worth it. I can't count the number of times Ocarina Run has made me a what at my TV. First time watching and loving it all. Well done, everyone.
Spamming the map makes you go faster.
It really does.
Yeah.
So we want to go somewhere else than Kakariko, but we're gonna make a quick pit stop.
Мы хотим
Pit
переместиться
stop.
немножко в
Yeah,
другую
pit
местность,
stop,
кроме
yeah.
Кокорико.
You
И
guys
нам
get
нужно
it?
остановиться на пит-стоп.
Okay. Gotta equip my handy dandy Neru's Love.
Используем самый бесполезный айтем для спидрана,
And if you
потому что
start
он
climbing the
просто
ladder
мне
in
очень нравится.
Haru's End, the ring just stays under your feet. Discovered that as a child. I was meant to do this in life.
I think that's allowed in glitches too.
Barely. Yeah, they almost outlawed.
All right. Oh wait, gotta set up my handy dandy Neru's Love before I do this. Just make it extra easy. All right. Make it extra easy for me. So, I'm a rock now.
Так, теперь я стал камешком.
You rock, Pity.
Oh, you beat me to
Да
it.
ты крут, Эдди.
Too quick.
Ты слишком хорош.
So yeah, we're going where we want to go now.
Мы
but
пойдем туда, куда мы
I
хотели
just wanted to
пойти.
be a rock.
Я просто хотел быть крутым. Скобочка
I don't
камня.
know how you do this so stone-faced, Pity.
Я не знаю, как ты это делаешь при помощи... Я не знаю, как ты это делаешь с каменным
Shout
лицом,
out to
Эдди.
DF for a second
Don't get
time.
me going, I swear.
All right. So we're gonna do another Neru's Love Hess because why not?
He's the best.
You just stand there.
Yeah.
You don't really do anything. All right. Now we're in the final dungeon of the run.
И у
The-
нас
The third
последняя...
dungeon, the final dungeon.
This is the true ending. This is PB phase, right, Pity?
Последняя...
Probably not.
Подземелье.
Best answer.
Probably not.
Настоящее последнее подземелье, а не то, что вы видели.
Alright,
Конечно
so
же.
next I'm gonna be doing a one-frame trick where you talk to Navi at the same time you hit the switch here. And that's just so I can get through this door without pushing down the block.
И мне нужно нажать на кнопку и выпрыгнуть вовремя. Это просто для того, чтобы у меня не заняло время вставлять в эту
There we
блок.
go. Alright. Still faster than when Danny B pushed the block. Okay, so the hammer can't break this floor. And it's
И
actually really dumb because it can break all the other walls in Dodongo's cavern.
молот не может сломать эту стену, но он может
And
сломать
now,
все остальные стены в этом
fighting Big
подземелье.
Boy here.
Hardest boss in the game.
He really is a hard boss.
И
trust me.
это самый сложный босс в игре. Последний босс в игре.
Alright, so
Итак,
I can swag up the fight a little bit.
я
Hopefully I don't screw it
немножко
up.
усложню битву и сделаю ее более крутой.
Off the wall.
Просто буду бросать камни об стену.
Alright, we got it. Okay.
Так, и у нас получается. Что у нас получается? Сейчас увидим.
Thank you.
Последний босс.
Thank you.
Мир.
And now, well, the King Dodongo fight wasn't really interesting at all, honestly. But that wasn't really the reason why we came here. The reason is
Основная причина, по которой мы пришли, именно в эту именно в это подземелье.
The warp doesn't load right away, so I can kind of just run straight into it.
Телепорт не совсем прогружается с самого начала, поэтому можно просто забежать в него.
Well, I'm gonna be warping back to
И
Temple of Time now.
мы телепортируемся при помощи собственного телепорта обратно в Храм Света.
And well, I kind of beat the game.
Я вроде
So,
бы
now we're in the
закончил с
credits.
игрой, и
And,
теперь у нас
Yeah, I guess that's it.
Ocarina of Time, everybody.
Yeah.
кредитс,
I wanna give special
титры.
shout-outs
Теперь у нас
to
финальные
Skater.
титры.
Originally, we were gonna do this
И
exhibition
это
as a
конец.
two-person project, but he couldn't make it, so I flew solo on this one. I'd like to give
Настоящий
special
конец.
shout-outs to GDQ for allowing me to do this run, to everyone who donated, all my friends on the couch.
Спасибо всем моим друзьям, которые сидят на диване.
And,
Всех
yeah,
благодарю.
I'm Piticris.
И фею мы
I'm
тоже
speedrun
отпустили.
Ocarina of Time, currently working on
Теперь Зельда,
100%,
теперь
and,
Линк
thanks for
остался
watching.
совсем один,
Yeah,
одинешенек.
pity. Yeah, pity. I give a shout out to those glasses, man. Yeah,
И
they're majestic, and I like
эти
it.
замечательные очки помогли ему быть супер крутым. Настоящий конец.
2.0. 2.0.
Renegade, you want to say anything?
Also, another extra thing about
И
rock
еще
warping
одна
into the credits here.
вещь
Well,
о телепортах
kinda
домой.
break the timeline, honestly.
Мы немножко сломали временной
Not
континуум.
that we don't break the timeline in speedruns
Совсем
already,
чуть-чуть.
but we kind of break it really bad here.
Но
It's a little
We
creepy.
we kind of
сейчас будет немножко
This takes on a whole new
крипово,
Yeah.
немножко странно.
kind of finishing the game as an adult.
И мы заканчиваем игру как взрослый.
Yeah, shout outs to Black Gauntlet.
Shoutouts to Black Gauntlet,
That was
yes.
just a swag shot right there. Show it off.
All right, and yeah, since you didn't get to see the end screen in Danny B's run, this is kind of like what it would look like if you were 7 years older and had Black Gauntlets.
They stare into each other's eyes.
All
Они
right,
шутят.
that's it, guys.
Не смешно шутят. И это
LP.
конец.
Thanks so much for showing us all those awesome glitches.
Спасибо, что показали эти замечательные баги и гличи. Если я не ошибаюсь, то дальше будет Пикмен. Я надеюсь, придет аллигатор. Ну или я кого-нибудь позову, потому что я что-то совсем приуныл.
The idea of this project was to really see how we can make use of 3D printing technologies and virtual reality to help MSF in the design of its hospitals so that people can actually feel or see what they will face when they are in the field beforehand.
So if you can start building training in 3D virtual environment, you will have a greater impact of learning for whoever you expose to it. So the whole simulation learning curve, which is the new trend or acknowledged new trend, which evidence that they are more efficient than the classic way of training that we have. So definitely the 3D become for most the future.
The innovation is to take some things that it's existing, take it to a different angle, is the humanitarian, and use it for our realities. I'm sure that in 20 years' time, everybody will use this type of 3D printing and image in the different situations.
You are watching Summer Games Done Quick 2016, a marathon event for charity where we try to play as many games as we can, as fast as we can. Next up on our schedule is Pikmin All Parts Run. But first I want to update you on some bid wars and incentives we have going on. Of course we have a lot of bid wars, but I specifically want to mention two of our incentives. So first of all, we have the Diablo 2 Secret Cow level incentive that we are still not even halfway to. We still have, it looks like $12,500 left on that one. And the big one is our Pokemon Blue Reverse Badge Order run, which still needs about $35,000. So we need to get those donations in because those are happening pretty quick. Reminder, Summer Games Done Quick is sponsored by Twitch. We are streaming live right now. And let's see what
Доброе утро, страна. С вами на связи Микрок. Просто мимо крокодил. Деликатес все еще где-то поблизости. Но он вам составлял компанию уже очень давно. Я его пока подменю. И будем ждать наших основных комментаторов на этот блог. Доброе утро, страна. Итак, по программе у нас близится Pikmin, который будет целых 1,5 часа. О, боже мой. Сетап-блок. Это тоже длинная история. Но, похоже, он подходит к концу. Понятно. Как долго это будет длиться? Что это? Вы сейчас наблюдаете на своем экране благотворительный марафон, который называется, наверху большими буквами написано Summer Games Done Quick 2016. Дальше уже мало что можно об этом рассказать, что вы еще не слышали 1000 раз на этом стриме. Но по сути это благотворительный марафон скоростного прохождения игр, за время которого порядка 180 игр проходится как можно быстрее, с невероятными глюками, глитчами, скипами, нарушением последовательности прохождения и все что угодно происходит здесь. Прямо сейчас на экране, конечно, никто ничего... Нет, ну прямо сейчас по центру экрана какой-то парень что-то проходит. Еще куча девчонок собралась посмотреть, как будут проходить Pikmin. Но до этого еще не нужно какое-то время. Во время этого марафона, пока спидранеры проходят игры, зрители, да и сами спидранеры тоже жертвуют на благотворительность деньги в адрес благотворительной гуманитарной организации «Доктора без границ» Médecins Sans Frontières. Эти ребята делают очень много хороших дел по всему миру, помогают жертвам гуманитарных конфликтов, стихийных бедствий и военных конфликтов, вернее, и в целом улучшают жизнь на планете Земля для тех, у кого она не очень хороша. Да, VR на этом марафоне устанавливались. VR значит мировой рекорд, World Record. Если у нас много новичков, ну, я не думаю, что совсем много, но все-таки. Тянка спидранер это не так уж и сложно. Это далеко не первый раз бывает. Ну, тянка в смысле девушка. Это вполне нормальный, ну, редкий случай, но тем лучше. Да, спидранер Эмили Брукс. Это явно вот эта вот девушка в очках и в красной блузке. Откуда?
Thank you, Crooked Wheel, for your $100 donation. I've been watching all week, but I took the day off from work today, and I've had to stream on for the last 16 hours. Big up to all the crew behind the scenes making it happen. Thanks to the doctors, too. This is truly an amazing cause.